Oh, light. Hi, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and we're doing another live stream. And today the idea for the stream is this. Let me shuffle windows and things around a little bit. Here we go. It's going to be a look at how all these things measure in meter day. Because this is one of the things that I do to learn how to do sounds and stuff. And as you can see, this is my collection of music, all rated by how they show up in meter. And so this is all stuff that I have studied and seen. We are up to 841 or so individual tracks, more than 840 tracks that I have studied, such as all of these. These were kind of the ones that I started out with. And it keeps going, and it keeps going, and then it gets to a point where these are the ones I haven't studied yet. So we're going to do a lot of that today in no particular order. And see what's what. Having done that, I will then have all of this to be able to listen to. And one of the things I am thinking of is, although I can't play this stuff on stream as easily, like that's not really a thing. Stream will just get all copyright claimed like crazy and stuff. But if we're studying something, like for instance, a recent one, Parliament's Mothership Connection album. One of the things we can do is, in studying this stuff, there's going to be times when I'm bringing up things like drum hits that are like the drum hit makes a big blue spot on the meter, indicating, wow, that was a good drum hit. It's really well balanced. We can zoom in on the editor and study the waveform. And not only can we do that, but we could zoom in on the editor, study the waveform, and try to emulate it in Surge XT, because that's something else we can do today. That be in ModernTron, a patch that I did the other day. So, and I'm pretty enthusiastic about doing more of this stuff because this is the kind of thing where it's accessible to people. Like, you can have Surge XT. It's like my software. You can simply download it and have it. It's an open source project. And you will see that there are many things one can do with it as well. I look forward to doing more of that. But for now, it's probably worth starting to do the thing that I said I was going to do. Getting rolling this fine morning with all of this stuff available to do. And I'd also like to make myself like cups of coffee so that I can chatter your ears off while doing all this. And I see one thing that might possibly be an amusing way of doing that. We could just put on Phaedra while I make coffee. This is a famous Tangerine Dream album, and I can even put it on with the content hide. Hey, Game Boise. So that you can hear little bits of the classic old Moog synthesizers in 1970s vinyl engineering. Like, we can do this in such a way that you can hear it a little bit. Sounds kind of like this. So in order to do that properly, I need to switch over to SWP Audio Capture. I need to go to the Properties in OBS and reset it because it wants me to do that every time. Then if I hit space, it don't do nothing because I'm not in the right program. But then if this is why I need coffee this morning. But now I am. So here's how we're going to start. That is a solid 16 minutes of seeing what score Tangerine Dream Phaedra ends up at. And I'm not entirely sure what it's going to be because you see, it's a pretty mellow track, but it's an old 70s track with analog synths and stuff. Those are capable of making pretty penetrating sonorous noises. And one of the things about Tangerine Dream is that they will tend to do stuff that is kind of sustainy. Like you build up a high score by having something constantly happening. So let's jump right in. I will come back also, and well before this is over, I will come back. But let's take out the gain thing. Scooch this down to where you can see where the overview is. And we're going to get rolling. And you'll hear little snippets of this because I have content hide D on. And I'll be back after I have made myself another cup of coffee. I'm debating doing the regular pour-over coffee because I've got some cream to put in that. What with current events, my brain has been busy, and so I'm burning a lot of energy. And my other option, of course, is making the little cups of espresso. Maybe I'll switch over to that after just one more cup of nice pour over. But I'll get back to you on that. Also, another thing that I need to do today is we need to talk about what a hip-hop style console version would even be. Like, what would you even have on that? There's room to put many, many controls in things. Would you have it, you would have it with DRes, yes. Would you have it with, like, the X low pass and etc., the X filters in there? If so, would those go before the quantization? Would they go after it? Would they be strictly the X filters, or would they be something along those lines, giving the general possibility of doing those things? Would you have switches and things letting you pick different controls for doing? Because remember, we're also going to be bringing in juice and the ability to draw interfaces with knobs and switches and things. And there's a lot to it. So let's get rolling. I'm going to make myself, I think, a cup of pour-over coffee so that I can better chatter away all day and maybe make some more Surge XT patches. And I will be back. I will set up my little hourglass, my analog timer, but this is going to go longer than that. So it's just this symbol that I have gone off and made coffee. Anywho, off we go. We will see what this measures. There we are. very quiet, isn't it? Pretty good. I look forward to studying what this meter is showing me, and I'll be back in a minute. Alrighty. Hourglass is back with my coffee. I even went and made some part orange juice and part emergency to stick in the fridge because it's going to be cold. Ooh. Also, we've got noises happening on the understudy Tangerine Dream record. There's a bunch of other stuff that I can do that's going to be a lot more interesting than this, but I do want to find out what it does, and it seems as if the even more chill concept is relevant. It's relevant to our study of this particular thing. I can't say as I'm surprised that it's E-rated, though. It does seem like the kind of thing where the entire space it occupies is just super duper mellow. However, I am also observing something, namely that the second meter, the high frequencies meter, is predictably super dark, but it's very accurately sitting in a particular zone. Like, the high frequency balance here seems predictable. Like if you were going for a Tangerine Dream sound, I think you would need to voice it kind of like this, where because it doesn't have to be that way. You can have the the green spots indicating that it could be brighter, where those sit still matters. It seems like the green spots are real consistently a little bit over the RMS. Not always, like there's bursts of different kinds of sound happening in here. We can see over here that the RMS is poking up past the green spots, but mostly they're consistently sitting over the RMS curve. They're consistently sort of, it's as if there is a different target for this type of sound. And hey, Sam. It's going to be a, perhaps something of a slow day today, and I'm fine with that. Like I sometimes reference in videos and streams and things. What happens in the middle ground? I will tell you. This is a fine time to ask anything you might want to ask me about anything, because I'm going to have a lot of time to kill today. And it's largely being spent doing this. As such, I'm going to have a lot of freedom to talk your ear off and explain anything you want. This middle graph is slew energy overlaid on the gray part from the RMS meter up top. The up top one is an RMS meter, and then the dots are peaks, and you're trying to make the peaks be better, good peaks. And then we're overlaying the RMS meter onto the slew measurement, although it's not, like the way it works, it tracks it fairly well, but it's not really the same kind of meter at all. It's really not. So, more or less, it's just a visual reference. I could absolutely leave it off and it would be fine. Ooh, also notice we do have bits of energy happening in here. That is simply the high frequencies of the track poking out. You can use one of my monitoring plugins to explore that. You can use monitoring, and I do not need to continue to play this. I know what happens at the end, and we're not actually listening to it very well. There are like faint noises of children playing at the end of this track, and they start out buried deep in reverb, and it's all incredibly faint. You can see it's like more than 36 dB down. And then at the very end, they come out from the reverb, but they're still very faint. And that's how the track ends. That's how Tangerine Dream's Phaedra ends. So that tells us that this rates EA for even more chill. As you see, we've got other things that we can do. Many other things. And yeah, if you use monitoring 3, let me play something that's extremely obvious. So this is a very bright track. Taken to the air. Did you want your very soul to fly? This is what it looks like when it's very loud. And then we can also add monitoring 3, which you use. Right up top. Painted full and fair. Slew is the difference between one sample and the next. Slew is this, this is what we're listening to if we listen to only slew, compared to like if we listen to only lows, we do this. So if you had absolutely no slew, there would be no sound. Even this, you can see on the meter, there's the green dots are the slew. There's a tiny little bit of slew just to make any motion happen to the audio at all. If you go to normal, there's quite a bit of slew. And if you went to slew only, there's lots more. So that's what slew means. Now DC offset, I wonder if there is a, probably not. I sometimes see weird DC offset behaviors in vinyl records that used dBx noise reduction, but I don't think I have anything like that ready to show. DC offset is, I mean, I can demonstrate that too. Yeah, it's not good, and you probably shouldn't use bass amp. It needs a lot of work. Let's throw bass amp literally onto something just to make the point. Gonna have to go looking for it because I won't have used it for a long time. Ooh, yeah, look at that. See, that's why. Surely it's a little bit unfair. Yeah, you shouldn't use this. It's probably also, yeah, sub is extremely gnarly. No, you shouldn't be using this. And if we apply it, so let's see if we, so on this channel, this is DC offset. It's not centered around the middle. It is sort of off balance. You shouldn't use this plugin. I'm tempted to remove it, but I tend not to remove things that people have used. DC offset is like if you hooked up a battery to your speaker. If you hook up a battery to your speaker, the woofer starts to poke out and is burning up energy, but without making a sound, because it's motion that counts as sound. You can't hear DC offset unless, I don't know, you had the hugest subwoofer in the world and it made your ears pop. Like if you are going in an airplane and you have to chew gum to stop your ears from hurting, that's DC offset. DC offset is not good. Like competently made plugins that I've done more recently don't do this. But this is a really old one that you shouldn't use. And I don't tend to take stuff away even if it's bad. So this is kind of along the lines of what I would be happy to call bad, and you shouldn't use it. And that's because it does things like this area here goes into DC offset. Not for very long, mind you. But that is also a high frequency. And that definitely counts as a little bit of DC offset. You filter away DC offset. There's various ways of doing it. And one of them I tend to use is like Hermit Pass. And up, and we broke it. See, it's another good reason not to use that one. Filter it. Hermit Pass is a good high-pass filter. You use a high-pass filter to remove DC offset. Let's bounce on to some other stuff. Bear in mind vocals are asymmetrical typically. You might not want to work really, like if you have a vocal and it returns to the center when it becomes quiet again, that's probably fine. Asymmetrical sounds, like the voice you're hearing now, is going to incur small amounts of DC offset that go away again. That's because I have a human voice, and voices don't produce perfectly symmetrical waveforms as a rule. You could probably make one with certain vowel sounds, like ooh. That's probably symmetrical. But many voice sounds are not nearly symmetrical. Let's get this rolling. I do need to also do this. Hopefully that'll work. We'll give it a shot. I'm quite excited about these because I would like to study Chic's classic disco music for sound quality reasons, because it is some of the best stuff that you're going to find. And this particular track is heavy on the strings. It's got a lot of orchestral style instrumentation. Chic were very into that. It's a classic disco trope. One of the things that's special about Chic is, and their budget was good enough, rather than having to use like string synthesizers like many techno and house music makers, Chic came before that and were working with real record companies and stuff, and they were in New York at the time of Studio 54 and all that. And so Chic were able to get a real string section and use it. So if you listen to some of these disco hits and they're like with the strings and stuff, yeah, it's probably real. It's probably real and recorded on the finest analog recording consoles and mixed with incredibly good taste. Also, one thing to note about this very deep vibe Chic track, you'll first notice that the loud drum hits that are up at the top pretty much all the time do have a tendency of being balanced with the high frequencies. That middle meter that you were asking about, where the black and gray spikes poke up if the high frequencies go even beyond having red dots on the meter, that's a very sort of graceful level of excessive high frequencies. Like if the black spikes are within the gray area, nobody's going to complain about the brightness sounding bad. It more or less gives you the area you can tune it to if you're going for like bright and glittery and stuff. Here, I can even content hide it. Little glimpses of Chic. Do you see red ones? Also notice that we've got wonderful sounding drums, wonderful sounding bass, and honestly the bottom meter is really the one that shows you what's special about Chic. This band had the best rhythm section maybe ever. Like look at, say, Nirvana and Dave Grohl, and he would be the first to tell you that he was really into some of the greatest of disco drummers. I'm not sure it's necessarily the guy from Chic he was most thinking of, but it was a motivating factor. And you can see that this disco sound here, green is bassier than the blue dot, red is brighter than the blue dot. Blue dot is focused perfectly. And that's on a moment-by-moment basis. So if you have just a simple sound, you basically just see red. It's allowed to have sounds of different dot colors in the middle thing. However, hit recordness tends to like the blue dots, tends to like there being a balance at any given moment. And there we go. So I'll call that done. So observe the way that the distribution of the zero cross meter sets, that we've just got a complete, like you don't get much more, hey John Dub, you don't get much more well balanced than this. I'm going to go and do another cheek record, and then we can see that. I'm going to do a famous one, Le Freak. You might have heard this one before. So this rated as CE. I will not be surprised if these are all very low. None of these are going to go to AA because this is chill music. This is classic disco, sounding the best that it possibly can. It's not going to go to an AA rating, ever. It's probably not going to go to a B rating either, because it needs to use the bass. This is a classic song from Chic. Have you ever heard a song that went, oh, freak out? This is the one. And I'm going to let the bit shift, I'm going to let the content ID peak out, rather than using the shifting of bit to cut it down. And you check that right out. We immediately have energy that's hitting in that balanced range. B for blue, B for balanced. This is one of their biggest hits. They've got a lot of stuff that's mellower than this. There's a nice story about this one, actually. Have you heard? I wish they'd do a classic albums on this album. It would be amazing. But I have watched a documentary on Nile Rodgers, the hitmaker. He's the guitar player. He is also the one who worked with Daft Punk for Get Lucky and other tracks off of that album. So this is the guy back when he was making his name. And the bass player is also one of the greatest bass players ever. Likewise for the drummer. And the reason they wrote this song is because they were around New York and they tried to get into Studio 54. They had already put out hit albums. This is from their second album. And so they tried to get into Studio 54. They're all black men. They weren't dressed as flashy as some of the Studio 54 people. Their record was playing inside Studio 54. And they got kicked out. They weren't allowed to go in. With their record playing inside the club. Now, Miles Davis could have told a more exciting story than that, because Miles Davis got beat up by cops outside a club. But no, Chic, Nile Rodgers and Company, they just got kicked out of Studio 54. And so they went back to their studio in which they had recorded the song that had been playing on Studio 54 then. And they did a jam, which was this jam. And the lyrics were slightly different. It was like F you, but without the using a letter for that first word. Or F off, I think maybe it was. And they just jammed it. Like, and then went, wait, hang on. There's some possibilities here. Maybe we should make a real song out of this. But we can't use that as the chorus. How about Freak Out? Okay, there we go. And then off they went. And this is what you got. Among the biggest disco hits ever. And the sound of it is literally what we're studying, because we're running all these things. We're going to run more cheek things through there. I'd like to spend some time on them. We're studying how these things register on meter. And one of the things that I do notice, when the strings and all that kind of orchestral stuff kicks in, you do see the blue dots that represent like more density, but it always stays very spacious. And the combination of drum and bass is what's making things happen up in the very top. Now, note that we like seeing those dots turn blue or get larger because that implies that the frequency balance is, more hit record-like. But there's a lot going on up there, even if it isn't all like blue dots. I'm seeing kind of a lot of dots up there, whether they're blue or not. And what the middle meter is telling me is that those dots are almost certainly bass. Bits of them could also be high frequencies. But if they were that loud and high frequencies, I would be seeing more black spikes on the middle meter. So that implies that all the stuff going on up there is actually bass transients. And that's appropriate for this genre. So that's kind of interesting. To some extent I'm guessing, but to some extent I'm not. Like, look at what we got here. Also, quick answer to the quick question, why dots? Because peaks matter. I can show a shape for RMS, and I am. But peaks are very important. You hear them just fine. If anybody tells you, oh, peaks are that you can't hear them, so limit them or clip them off to be able to make things louder, that's a terrible idea. Don't. And the reason I can tell it's bass, well, it's a little tricky because everything up in this top 6 dB, while the RMS, while the body of the music is well under 12 dB down, the lines are 6, 12, 18, 24, 30. So the body of this music, the bass loudness of this music, not counting peaks, is minus 30 dB. That's the same measurement, the same type of measurement that people talk about when they say, oh, LUFS should be minus 14. Oh, this techno track, it's really aggressive. Man, LUFS is minus 8. No, this is minus 30. 30. And so what happens is the energy of the track is carried by these peaks, which are quite unlimited and unsuppressed. They're filling up the whole area. And the reason I'm assuming that these dots that are not blue dots, see, there's kind of a lot of blue dots. There is a good amount of high frequencies happening, is because if I had high frequency transients that loud, I would be also seeing a spike on this slew meter. That's how I can tell it's bass. If the treble is that loud, it'll show up here. I can even demonstrate that, perhaps at the risk of crashing the program again because the program's being bulky, but that's fine. Don't care. Like here is a track with a lot of high frequencies. And this is one that I mixed in such a way that I had too many high frequencies on there. So the vertical lines is what you don't actually see in the sheet thing. So this is a picture of what it looks like. I will stop this. This is a picture of what it looks like when it's not bass. I have got cymbals and ride going all through here. It's causing these dots here, and it's also causing the massive vertical lines breaking through. The vertical lines represent when the red dots of brightness here would have been drawn completely beyond this range, going right beyond the top and spattering red dots all over this upper meter here, indicating that they were even louder. Like this range up to around this range, just all obscured. But instead I have turned it to the lines. Lines are typically bad news. You don't necessarily want it to be that bright. You also see it on the zero crossing meter, where we've got just a lot of stuff all through the 2K to 200 hertz region, and even above in some cases. You really don't want the highest frequency in a RMS evaluating stage, one of these tiny little vertical slices that make up this meter. You really don't want that being higher than 2K. You really kind of want there to be more of a zero cross in there, because what that means is in that evaluation section, there was no sound bassier than like shrill and grating. Every single sound in that area was at least shrill and grating, no balance, no bass to round anything out. And that's why you get the vertical lines, but that's also why I know that on the Chic track, it's bass making these little dots up here. That's how I know. Because here is the high frequency version, and we see what it takes to get the high frequencies up this loud, and they're still not in the top. They're still not in the top at all. They're sort of in this area, and it's already too bright. And I can tell you why that is too. After, we're at C. I think, I'm just looking at this and figuring out whether I screwed up my measurement. See, it measured the cheek track at CC, and then it dropped down and I started playing my example track, but it didn't make the line go up again, so this is still the real reading for Le Freak. And it is a CC. Good. I do kind of have to pay attention to that. Also, we're going through the Chic album track by track now. In house music, if the clap hits and you see a line, that means that clap has a lot of brightness. It is a high frequency sound. Claps don't have to be high frequency sounds. Like on classic records, if it's real claps, it's probably not going to be. But fake synthetic claps might very well be. And you can simply filter those. You could band pass it, you could low pass it. A variety of things that you can do. extremely mellow. This one's not going to even make it up to C level. Because when Chic is being very chill, it's satisfying music, but it's not going to become dense, abrasive, and loud. And you got a lot of strings there, so you do still have high frequencies happening. You'll notice that on this occasion, with Chic doing a really soporific ballad, I mean, this is a real ballad right here. A lot of the measurements look fairly similar to when they're rocking out. We just looked at the Freak, and the big difference there is the bass is punching harder, and they're all playing a lot harder, whereas in this one, they're being very chill. But the amount of strings in there is bringing the high frequencies up. Also, that was Nile Rodgers with a guitar solo. And when you got a guitar solo going on, especially if, I'm pretty sure that was a guitar solo. I'd be a little surprised if it wasn't. Horn solos will also do that, though. Yeah, that's a guitar. You're bringing something like a overdriven guitar, and it starts lighting up the meters because it has that projection and sonority. You're getting a sound where a loud noise is being made and ringing out, and that's the same sound as if somebody was singing loudly, or if the whole band was blasting away as loud as they could. So it makes sense if you've got an incredibly ballady ballad, but then you've got a guitar kind of doing an awesome solo, which I think is that's what we're getting from Nile here. We got a Nile Rodgers guitar solo combined with strings. The guitar in that case kind of plays the role of a horn with the strings. It has that sonority, that intensity, whereas the strings are filling in high frequencies around it. Oh, it would be so funny if this turned out to be like an A level or something. I would have sworn that Chic would never do this, but go figure. This is like a guitar showcase. And it might be a ballad, but that doesn't mean you can't go hard. I still doubt it's going to go for A. I think it's going to stay in B. But you can pretty well tell what's going on here. And you know, it makes sense. It's a ballad, but they've got this orchestral thing going on where they want the orchestra to be big. And the guitar's playing the role of a horn. And it's absolutely going to, I am surprised, pleased, but I wouldn't have guessed it. My guess here is that this is, and we're even doing the high thing. This is how Chic handles doing a ballad where something has to carry you besides just the depth of the groove. This one, since it's not being an incredibly thumping disco beat, there has to be more happening. And the way that they unfold with it is by orchestrating it, bringing in the strings, and then having Nile's guitar, which if you listened to that, because I listened to it when I was recording it, and I can always do a timeless post. I'm going to be doing another one of those on Wednesday. Not sure at what point I'm going to be ramping them up and doing them more often, but I know I'll at least come up with something to do on Wednesday. When you hear this, it doesn't sound that much like a distorted guitar. It is, but it's kind of the same way that, and it may literally be the same way that the guitar in Yes is like a Fender Twin. So it is clean in nature rather than being heavily saturated in nature, but it will still clip, and the loudness clips the air a little bit. And that's what softens the edges from if it was like a DI tone. So yeah, this is actually a BC track. Let's bounce around a little bit. We've got multiple cheek tracks, so let's bounce to the next album. I'm going to scooch this over a little bit. I'm going to scooch the window over so that I can see all of chat. John Daub Superfan, observe how this works. Here is Good Times, which is an enormous cheek hit. And here's how the ratings work. The rating refers to how this line moves. The line doesn't sit only in one place. On some tracks, like for instance, I found some Def Leppard that looks like this. The way the line behaves is it's meant to be always rising. If it always rises to the point where it hits like BA literally right at the end, the song qualifies as an overall rating of BA, and it was doing the thing of constantly building the energy. So it is not usual for the line to remain at a single thing. In fact, it might not be good for the line to remain. If you have something where the line bumped up immediately and then just sat there at a target, you probably don't want that. You probably want a situation where, your initial verses or choruses or whatever, it's a little bit more chill, and then it gains energy and builds up to something exciting, and then it continues to sort of ebb and flow and builds up to a highest rating at the very end. Is a very popular way of hit record making. It's very common. So the answer to your question is absolutely that does still mean that the overall rating for the song is BA. Expect it to not be as high as the highest peak up to like maybe around the end, or at least the most exciting moment. You'll notice this track, Good Times, which is pretty much consistent throughout, but it's still managing to rise a little bit above the first time you pass through. That's normal. That is what you would want to see happen. It's probably not going to do it literally the whole time, but that's not unthinkable. That is possible. I'm going to listen a little bit and try to figure out what sound is causing the spike. I think the spike might be snare. So what that means is that when you've got your song happening and the harmony vocals kick in, it's hitting one of those points where things are essentially balanced in the frequency range and throwing a lot of peak energy around, that's not a bad position to be in. That's probably a good point to be in with that. This one is interesting. Observe the balance in zero crossing meter, especially at a moment like now, because this is a break where they're falling back to bass and drums and guitar. And this section has spawned millions of rap songs. because you sample good times, and then you rap over it. And here's the sort of areas. And granted, these meters are indicating things are doing well. We've got a lot of impact on the drums and things, and the balance seems good. But the zero cross meter is the one that's really telling a story. The zero cross meter is telling us that with all of the sounds, and when I say all of the sounds, I mean pretty much literally bass and drums and nothing else, not even reverb. Although a lot of it is pretty quiet, none of this is really loud. This is absolutely filling up this range between 200 hertz and 20 hertz with incredible evenness. Granted that the little faint dots mean it's not being as loud, but the evenness in which it's filling the sounds indicates that it is incredibly well balanced as far as each of these instruments and the sounds they're able to produce. I'll explain that a little further. A popular thing with working with things like bass drums is you use your filters and things. And we heard this on a track last week when I was analyzing and talking about basically viewer submissions. It's not uncommon to go, okay, let's use the filter, and we're going to make the bass go honk when the kick drum is hit. So you have a kick drum that's basically like a sine wave at a particular frequency, filling up that space so that the frequency will go boom, 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 down way low in the bass and take up space. And that is a way of balancing it out and making it fill up the bass of the track. However, this does not do that, not even close. I've had like police tracks, for instance, where you could plainly see repeating spots in the bass when the kick drum would happen. You'd see the pattern. This is not that. We do not see a consistent pattern in the kick in the zero cross meter. We see a consistent amplitude up top, where the spikes show you where the drums are. And the peaks are like right up here. And you can see all of that happening, but once you go to the zero cross meter, no frequency predominates. It's like an evenly blended scatter. And at times when that's happening, like the solo part where they sample the track, it's completely and totally even. And I'm not surprised to discover that. I'm gratified. I think it is a very cool thing. But I'm not surprised. And there are specific ways to go about doing that. See, if you had a repeating patch of just this little spot here, that would be fairly typical for modern drum mixes, or what you would do with like subkicks or whatever. But I think this way is better. It carries more interest. You get bored of it less. And yeah. And so that was a massive chic hit, and it rated as CE. Let's bounce over to something that might have the kind of kick drum I'm talking about. This is Talking Heads. This is Talking Heads Zimbra. I happily managed to edit down all of my Talking Heads albums. So if you like Talking Heads, we can examine that. or I will take requests. But if I'm not mistaken, this should produce on the bottom meter a like repeating spot, a repeating blue spot of kick drum, or possibly a repeating black spot of kick drum. But we should be able to very easily see that, and not the case for the Chic track, even though it has a very deep and powerful bass to it. So let's see. To some extent. I'm not sure if I should have jumped to that conclusion because this is also a super classic track. I absolutely do have. I have all of Remain in Light. I have it ready to go. I'm not going to say I did that specially for you, but I did that because I love that too, and I do vaguely remember that I was being asked for that, and I was like, oh, I'll do it on the spot for you if you want. Now I don't have to. But here is classic Talking Heads. And what I'm seeing here is not that far removed from the classic Chic track. I am not seeing the repeating spots quite as much as I was expecting to. But then there's kind of a reason. Actually, a couple of reasons. One of them is that this kick drum is not really designed the way I was talking about. I was talking about modern kick drum mixes where they're just there to activate a subwoofer, or they're electronic, or they're a sample, and this isn't. And this is the first of the 3 albums that I did. This is off of Fear of Music. And Fear of Music is the first of the 3 album sequence, Fear of Music, Remain in Light, and Speaking in Tongues, where they got more produced sounding as they went along. So Speaking in Tongues might have the kind of exaggerated kick I'm talking about. This one, not so much. With this one, what we're seeing is more like all of the sounds, and I'm thinking that's going to be like new wave rock influence. New wave was the successor to punk. And so this band did have an interest in loud noises and guitars and things like that. They just handled them very differently. They were from the offshoot of punk. They were doing, you hear the voices singing out quite loudly. And so we are going to see more in the way of density, more in the way of loudness, intentional loudness, than you do with Chic. But when we look at the waveform, which we're going to do right after this, we will see that it's not exactly the same as you get in modern thump mixes. And sure enough, see, there's variation going on in here. You know, there was a fairly recent Rick Beato record that got people rather record. I don't know if anybody's ever interested in Rick Beato's records. Hope to help people get interested in mine. But Rick Beato video, where he was all about like, these are all the things that are wrong with music these days. Rah, 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 you kids. And pretty sure he got a bunch of those things wrong. But one thing that you can notice is that something like this, where there is a human drummer who's actually playing this stuff, even though he's playing very repetitive patterns, it never quite hits exactly the same. And that's a choice. That is an option. If we go into, and by this is BE rated, by the way. I am going to write that down, because otherwise I'll forget. And I'm going to remove that stompy thing. So here's our drums. And if we zoom in, we could maybe pick a louder one. That seems like a very normal one. And if we zoom in so that we can repeat it, that is a sample that is too short to give us any trouble. Or we can shorten it even more. And even more. We see that this shape is not going to be exactly the same as all shapes, but we also see something else. If you look closely, you can more or less see in a grand scale the fact that we've got an attack, and then the spacing of the zero crosses here means this is a bassy but higher frequency, and it's turning itself into sort of a triangle wave. That means it's got some harmonics on it. And then there's more space to this one, meaning that it is a lower frequency, and there's more space to this one. Like, I can show you what these notes would be. There's where it starts, but that's not actually the note. It would be the full range. So our bass note hits here. And then it quickly dies down to this note. And then to this note. That's the kick drum pitch dropping as it goes, which is normal. But you will notice that there is no sort of sine wave resonant honk hitting across this particular attack. Instead, it's just doing this. You can almost hear the note go down. We can slow that up a bit. And then if we were to isolate a different one, same basic thing, same basic shape, but it's always a little bit different. This kick is not really set up to be sampley. It's not really set up to be exactly the same each time. And there's a number of reasons for that. Among them, the fact that we've got the kick there. There might be some interesting thing going on here because this is maybe a bit of a weird attack for a kick. Seems kind of funny that we don't have an onset spike, but then it's down here almost instantly. Like there's this very sharp attack down here, and then it starts to form a wave that's rounded and goes over, starting from the bottom rather than starting from the middle and having a spike of an attack. So there could be some interesting shenanigans in the drum mixing here. Let me see. I'm getting asked for, let's check this out. We've got some, let's do our first track off of Remain in Light. We can walk our way through Remain in Light. How about? Now this is one, if I am not mistaken, this is one where I had to like fix some skippiness, and the first notes don't actually play properly. It skipped in, so I think the first bit of it isn't working, but it straightens itself out. Let's set it so you can hear snippets of it, and off we go. And here's Remain in Light. A thing to note about the density of all this. This is basically about having all kinds of little percussive things happening. It's a very busy mix. There's a lot of little percussive and staccato things going on. You got like your rhythm, maybe like little wood blocks, bass pops. You got guitars going chicka chicka chicka. They're all very staccato. They're all very brief. And you notice what the RMS up at the top is doing. Namely, it is a solid 24 dB down at almost all times. Varies a little bit. But if you think of any of these sounds getting loud, actually kind of not so much. And you won't have heard this off of a CD or any remix. But this is how it originally meant to be heard. So it's basically, this is what's present on the master tape. Closer here than it is anywhere else. We've also got wonderful Adrian Belew solos. Like, this album makes me want to get that classic Roland guitar synthesizer, even though I shouldn't need to, because I've got a guitar and a guitar to MIDI converter and a Roland Alpha Juno, so I could do those sounds very accurately. But it still makes me want to get the Roland guitar synthesizer, nonetheless. Because that's the thing, is like when you get the weird little noises, that kind of stuff happening. And I'm sure you remember it. If you love this album, you know that bit. That's Adrian Belew. Like, we should start hearing it now. There it is. So yeah, that's guitar synthesizer. And so is that. It's guitar synthesizer with a whammy bar on it. I'd love to know what that means, but it's a really neat use of guitar synthesizer because the way he's making those noises is a way that is available to me as well, in a sense. If I turn my guitar to MIDI converter, which is about as good as the well, there's some things I can't do that Adrian could. One of the things he was doing with some of that stuff is he's playing double stops. And he was playing double stops and messing with the whammy bar and going... And the double stops means he had two strings next to each other playing, and the guitar synthesizer would do it. So he had a polyphonic converter. I don't. I have a monophonic converter, but I can still do some of the things he was doing. Because the weird little notes and bleeps and bloops and stuff is basically him sort of making, like, roughhousing with the guitar and skronking strings against the fretboard in weird places and stuff, scraping them in funny ways. And the guitar synthesizer interprets that as weird, randomy kind of sounding noises. It's performed, but it's not performed in the sense of struggling to play those weird notes, picking them out. It was more along the lines of, here's where I'm going to take, like, my lighter and start scraping it against the strings of my guitar. Adrian Belew is very interesting. And you're right. That it's a very neat career. And a very interesting, like what you referred to, it's a very interesting life and a very interesting situation to be in. Sweeter than anything? That's an interesting observation, because I think you could be right. I do know that the hex fuzz, like we hear the hex fuzz in Once in a Lifetime. That's what makes those big chords that we hear. That is because back in the day I used to subscribe to Guitar Player magazine, and so I had the opportunity to read Adrian Belew talking about how he made those noises. And that's hex fuzz. Let's go and listen to it now, or at least we'll listen to snippets of it. This was a CA. And Cross-Eyed and Painless is awesome too, because it has that great rap in it. So let's see. Back to Effect Stack. So now we're checking this one out. It's going to be doing the same basic thing. We have a different kind of keyboard thing going on for the sustaining noise. I think this is also Adrian Belew. But you could be right that the really early stuff wasn't even pitch tracking so much as it was the hex fuzz and filter. I would like to know about that, to the point of maybe I should go and try to find one of those instruments, or at least research it a little bit, because it sure does make neat noises when you let it. Like it's very good at what it does. But yeah, this track, the bit at the end, is the hex fuzz part. Also the sort of tweedly pad there. Is Clownface towards NIN good or bad? I don't know what he would be celebrating, so I do not understand. In any case, this is Belew and not...
Same as it ever.
Like, I guess to interpret your statement, I would have to know what he's celebrating
Same as it ever.
the anniversary of that album. Okay, so do you figure that's lame behavior that's not worth celebrating? To me, it seems kind of funny. Fair enough. Yeah, I'd be more shocked if The Clash did something like that. I wouldn't be that shocked if Trent Reznor did something like that. I am honestly a lot more interested in Trent Reznor's soundtrack work than I am in Nine Inch Nails. Like, I respect the intensity of Nine Inch Nails, but it doesn't really speak to me. Like, I grew up listening to Yes, which is just as intense sounding in different kinds of ways.
Ask yourself.
But I've always been a little put off by
My God.
artistic messaging that is that bleak. It's just me. Yeah, it is completely fine to think it's a little corny. In a way, that's why I wouldn't be particularly offended by that, because I was like, all of your posturing and being so super edgy to me feels kind of corny. Like, hey Leander, like for me, wisdom is growing up as the prog rock kid and sort of being tangential to like culture, and being into, for instance, I haven't been recording the King Crimson albums because I know I can't do anything with them evergreen wise. But and here's that hex fuzz, or at least you can hear little bits of it anyway. Also, note how it rises up to that moment. That is another example of hit record line behavior, where it is very possible that if you're trying to do the hit record, you manage the way the arrangement works so that you're able to produce that effect. Like whatever target you're trying to hit, you want to reach it at the final bit where you're going into the fade or whatever it is you're doing. But yeah, like the corniness of super edgy music. One of my big moments of pride, or I'm not sure what you'd call it. Let's label this first. BF it is. One of the things that I am gratified about, we'll call it that, is that I grew up as a prog rock kid in the society that burned disco records at Madison Square Garden in essentially a giant racist foo-for-ah on the subject of like, oh, rock forever, kill all disco sucks. And I grew up around kids who behaved that way and stuff, and I was too much of a nerd to really register what that stuff was about. But in learning about it, like, this is a disco track, Chic, I Want Your Love, which I have to turn this bit on for you to be able to hear any of it. I'm prouder of being able to register that this is amazing musicianship and sounds cool as hell. When I was a kid, I would have got beat up for being willing to listen to this. And that's dumb. I was listening to the great bass players of like Frank Zappa or whatever, really interested in virtuosity, listening to prog rock. But I wasn't paying attention to this because it was disco. And what with the strings and the people, I want your love, I want your love. It was like I wasn't able to hear that the rhythm section in here was beyond awesome.
What am I gonna do?
And it's easy for me to hear now because I grew the heck up. So there you go. And you can't hear it super well, but I am looking forward to posting some of this. With the postings that I'm doing, I'm going to have to scatter them around a little bit. Like, I did Heart of the Sunrise, I did Born to be Wild, and then I think I confused everybody by posting Debbie Boone. So I kind of want to bounce back and forth between the kind of stuff that, like, rock fans and metalheads can relate to and stuff like, for instance, I feel like a good sequence would be along the lines of the next thing that I do is like Judas Priest, and then I do a Chic track. I'd like to do that. I don't want to lean completely on I'm all about playing, the greatest of black music and these wonderful disco tracks, but I'm sure as heck not going to shy away from them. It's awesome. Yeah, I like the Debbie Boone. I had no idea, really. I could have guessed, but I hadn't guessed. And the next thing you know, I'm playing it and it's like, wow, boy, she can sing real good. And I was directly challenged about that one, which was the fun part. It's like I was directly challenged. Oh yeah? What about this? What would your hit record do with something that's like completely bland and mellow? It's like, well, you can't get a hit record from being completely bland by not having convictions. and not expressing emotion. Your problem is you don't like what she has to say. And it's hard to tell, honestly. Like, anybody who does that much of a spiritual track, you really don't know what they're like. I think the next thing I should do after we finish this cheek track is I'm going to bounce over to some of the Wham. When I was a kid, you would get beat up even worse if you liked Wham than if you liked disco. George Michael and all that. And I think it's quite fascinating. I'm looking forward to studying that because I have done, Wake Me Up Before You Go and Careless Whisper and other ones I haven't even heard before that were hits, but they weren't on my radar because they weren't being played on the rock stations. And on the one hand, why, yes, the guy, George Michael, sang incredibly well, and it's a neat modern production. Wham is very much the MIDI era. Wham is very much, they sequenced everything. So it's not really a band in the sense of Chic. That's a band. Chic, they could sit down with just drums and guitar and bass and kick your head in, basically, musically, no matter who you are. They could sit down opposite of Frank Zappa in a power trio that he made and still kick his head in. No limit to the awesomeness of Chic, which we're of course hearing now. But Wham were the synth pop guys, and so they were programming it, but that's what people do these days. That's what we have available. And you kind of can do this stuff, although you can also sample this stuff and then make it into like drum and bass or whatever. But that's the whole thing, is that I would not have been willing to buy a Wham record or listen to it when I was a kid. You get beat up. It was beyond, it's not just a question of uncool. It was a question of, are you going to get targeted as if you were like a black person or something? Are you going to get beat up for being bad? And, I'm 55 now. We don't have to live that way anymore. And there was a lot that I missed during the time that society was demanding that I behave in certain ways, care about certain things. And one of the things that I missed, getting back to Wham, but also the talk about DC offset, notice that the DC offset of this track is not perfectly balanced. The peaks on the positive side tend to be bigger than the peaks on the negative side. You're never going to get perfect DC balance. It's just going to average up so that it will return to the center. And the thing that I didn't know about George Michael, who I'm not sure what he died of, but it was tragic that he died after having been this enormous superstar and then somewhat mysterious. Like, he dropped out of sight, really. He was not the biggest, always in the newspaper celebrity guy. Turns out, here, let me finish this up. This made it to a CE, and it had a nice little chill out section in the middle of it. And I know I recorded that earlier, so it's going to be tucked away in here somewhere. There it is. The thing I did not know about George Michael is that he was a genuinely awesome, kind, nice man and became a humongous philanthropist when he got rich from these hits. Literally, these hits are the ones that made him a very rich man. Sold a kabillion records and went around like helping the poor and volunteering at soup kitchens incognito and stuff. Prince did similar things. George Michael, that's what he was like. So it makes you feel a little bit bashful about if you grew up with the other children around you mocking you for, you didn't dare like something like this. It sounds effeminate. It's like boy bands before there were quite boy bands. And this man was an incredibly awesome and nice man. Oh yeah, he had pipes. Oh yeah. It's plain to be heard. Also, one thing about this is so bright you don't even get green spots in it. And yet, notice how well controlled those highs are. It's a really interesting effect. And you can't really hear it too good. Not through the glimpse mode. But digital reverb is huge. It's loaded with digital reverb, and all the digital reverb is insanely bright. And it's all de-essed to within an inch of its life. So all these voice sounds are a lot like the David Bowie stuff I was talking about earlier. Except for now, it's rather than being darker for fullness, it is treble hyped to within an inch of its life. It's so bright. And that's part of how it makes these sounds. Yeah. Yeah, that would do it. Wearing a Spice Girls shirt, that would do it. Same with George Michael. Depending upon, like, you never can tell. It's like different kid groups would react in different ways to different things. I could see getting bullied for being a giant Prince fan, but I could also see Prince's ability to shred guitar solos carrying some weight. I could also see Prince being a black man also carrying weight in the long run. So, yeah. But it's all really interesting to me. I mean, we live through history in such different directions. I lived through the time period that ended up producing that Madison Square Garden basically a race riot. It's people going to burn all the disco records, and so they made the giant bonfire and they started flipping the heck out, and it was all black records. It was records of like rhythm and blues artists. They weren't disco at all. It didn't matter. There was a black person on the cover, and so they included it. And that's what that was about. Nonsense. Absolute nonsense to my mind. But then my angle on that has always been somewhat influenced by the fact that I'm a musician. And you can't be a certain kind of musician and, I don't know, go the full Eric Clapton. It's weird, like, Eric Clapton has a lot to answer for some of his attitudes, but his racism tended not to go towards black people as much as Eric Clapton's racism would go towards Pakistanis. And he got in a bunch of trouble over that kind of stuff. But it's just like, it's like rather than be mad at the blues musicians that he patterned his life and career on, he would be mad at somebody else. Well, I was growing up listening to, like, the musicians that Frank Zappa got, and Frank Zappa ended up getting he got a non-white pass for being so very Italian. And his band had great, fantastic musicians, and was Zappa's first band was a racially integrated band, and it was not safe to do that in California at that time, and yet it still was. It's just, I don't know, it's just interesting. It just seems interesting to me, because, we never stop living through history. I am saying this on July 16th of 2024. Anybody who is looking back from the past, oh, Ike Willis is awesome. But it's not George Duke. It's George Duke, man. Wow. And let's see. So this made it to a BE rating. We will mark it as such. I'm going to show you something else interesting while we're on Wham. Check this out. This is crazy. Look at how quiet this track is. If you got this back from like a mastering engineer in 2024, it would mean that they broke. I have looked at some of them, but not many because I wish I had more classic jazz records. Oh, do I have one more try? No. I did, however, record Dave Brubeck's Take 5, just a little bit, not lots of it, and we could detour and I could show you that, because I know I'm still going to have it. Let's see. First, let's do this. Yeah, I am having this conversation with Chad and with YouTube in general on July 16th, 2024. We have fairly recently seen Donald Trump do the 2024 Republican Convention, during which he nominated for vice president J.D. Vance, the hillbilly elegy guy, who is tied to Peter Thiel, and they are a wild story if you look into those guys a little bit. Like, people have been saying, oh, look up Project 2025. Yeah, look up Dark Enlightenment Thiel if you want to really lose sleep. And so we're still in history. The fact that I lived through the time period when they had the burn all the disco records riot. And I'm glad they didn't burn all of them, because we just studied some of them and they were awesome records. You saw what you saw what the Cheek record was doing with the zero cross meter. That's amazing mixing, an incredible groove. We don't have to stop there. I've got Parliament recorded and ready to play with, and we can still do more Remain in Light. So by all means, ask me for anything that you see, and we can skip around, because I got to go through all these eventually. Oh, and let's turn on so you can hear little bits of this. This is the hit record, Careless Whisper. You probably heard that horn line before. But the thing that strikes me about this is how hysterically quiet the whole thing is. Like, this is last song on the side. And I would have expected it to be louder and more compressed, but it is completely ridiculous how soft and quiet this whole thing is most of the time. And it's a neat song. It's so quiet it almost interferes with you listening to it. It certainly interferes with like surface noise on the record. I struggled with that. You can see how the wow of the record interferes. The part where the cursor is getting to, the little lines on the bottom, that's basically just record wiggle. Oh, yeah. Does Humor Belong in Music? Yeah, that band has special, like, one of the interesting things, sometimes you get the greatest performances when the band is not happy. The deal with that, it's also come out on records entitled The Greatest Band You Never Heard in Your Life. The deal with that is Zappa relied heavily on the bass player Scott Thunes to run the band and rehearse everybody and stuff, because Zappa's, getting older and he had stuff to do. And Scott Thunes, maybe not the best of leaders, a young, cocky bass player who really good at performing, but also with this air of arrogance and this attitude and stuff, and working with Zappa musicians who had been with Zappa for many, many years. Thunes alienated them. It made a giant fight, and the band ended up breaking up. even though they all wanted to support Zappa, but they just couldn't cope with tunes anymore. So it's interesting how that kind of stuff all works out. Yeah, no voice notes app. What's going to be really interesting is if this track ends up making it to B tier or something, despite being this quiet. Yeah, no, it's not Ike Willis. Well, it's Frank Zappa leading that band, really. In that era of band where they are the tightest band you could possibly imagine, there's a reason. And like Scotland is not leading the band in the sense that it's his or that he's the boss or whatever, but he is the straw boss. Straw boss means the actual boss delegates his intentions, and then the bass player is the one that runs everybody through the rehearsal and goes, no, that's not good enough, do it again. And that's a delicate position to be in. And Thunes demonstrably wasn't able to do that great, because the musicians would take that from Zappa, but they would, like Carlos Alomar, has he been like that? Or is he also somebody else that does good playing? But yeah, that the word for that kind of thing is straw boss, and it's a delicate position to be in. And it's no great fault. I would almost hesitate. I would almost say you probably can't be a great musician and also a great straw boss at the same time, because it is just too rare to have all of those skills all at the same time. Like, if you were the great bass player and the great musician and the great straw boss, you should be in your own band. Zappa actually did that with, oh God, what's his name? Little Feet guy. Lowell George. Fair enough. Yeah, Carlos Alomar, straw boss in Bowie's bands. Yeah. Zappa basically kicked Lowell George out for smoking dope all the time. But also, Lowell George brought the song Willin' to Zappa and showed him. And Zappa was like, you need to be in your own band. Go away. You're smoking too much dope anyway, and you clearly are able to do this, and you should be your own guy. You should go and run your own, go off and run your own band. And sadly, Lowell George was such a dope fiend that he wasn't really able to sustain that for that long. But he did indeed run his own band, after a fashion. The challenge with Little Feat was the fact that Lowell George wanted to play blues stuff, but he had all these muso guys in the band. So like the drums and the bass and the keyboard, they wanted to shred. They wanted to do complicated wheedly stuff. And Lowell George did not want that, and so he was kind of in the middle of a civil war in his own band. Go figure. Anyhow, BF for Careless Whisper. We've also got Jethro Tull's Aqualung, but let's bounce around to some of these other, and we've got Oranges and Lemons. But I remember something being asked about. Let me see what it was. Oh, I mentioned Parliament. We could do that so that we can look at some of the kick drums and things. Let's do Give Up the Funk.
Tether the ball. Tether the ball. We're gonna tether.
So, Parliament kick drum. Similar to the Chic kick drum. This is not one of those ones where it goes boom, although it's sustaining a little bit more than the Chic drum did, but it's the same basic deal. You got a fierce attack, and then our sustaining stuff. I also feel like I hear a little bit of... Am I hearing correctly? That could be Ludwig Speed King Creek. A little Parliament groove there. And snare drum, Parliament snare drum, combined with other sounds, of course. Considering how quiet Careless Whisper actually is, it's astonishing that it goes up to that high. Rapid fire Parliament kick drum. Note the stuff, this little fizz on the beginning of there. We've got a hi-hat in there that's really quite aggressive. It's like doing its thing. And that's coming in right on top of the drum. Usually I sit the hi-hat back farther than the kick. I want the kick's attack to hit first, but not here. If you didn't have the hi-hat first, you'd have this. But you do have the hi-hat at first. So, schnick. It's almost like the way in which you can have a snare drum hit. And with the snare drum, we do not have that. With the snare drum, you can plainly see that it looks like our hat is hitting after the snare hits. I wonder how common that is. Another hit. Yeah, our hi-hat does not hit in front of the snare, but it seems to always hit in front of the kick. Now that has some implications to it. Like here's our snare again. So you can move stuff around in the beat in various ways. Like here's a multiple kick drum. There's what the kick drum sounds like without the hat in front. And then the hat comes in front of the kick here. And not here. So that's what the regular kick sounds like. So if your kick is hitting late in the groove, that adds weight and solidness to it. That's also something that Chris Squire would do in Yes, is that he would drag out the bass note. You also see that in Santana. The bass player for Santana does that all the time. And if the kick drum comes in early, it's sort of a power move. And you get that sometimes from Ringo Starr. Like on Ringo Starr on Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, Reprise. Kick is definitely hitting in front of the hat. The hat is steady. And then the snare drum is hitting behind the hat, so that is the big emphasis thing. So you've got this pounding, aggressive, forward driving beat, but then the back beat is the one that's bigger, that has space. With this, instead, we've basically got a continuing groove where the 1 And Parliament is all about the one. George Clinton is like Church of the One. It's like one, 2, 3, 4. That's what the George Clinton P-Funk stuff is about. And it would appear that I would have to investigate that a little bit, though. There's a 1. So this is the first one. Oh, okay, interesting. Because we haven't really started with the hats yet. But if we did have hats going on, this would be hitting in front of the hats. That's how I would do it, although I'm not sure if he consistently does it. We will measure this pretty soon, but I'm playing with it. Okay, there's another 1. Yeah. Okay. I get it. So, drum hits that are not the 1. We got other stuff coming in. Maybe not as much as what I saw before, though. But then when we've got the 1, this is, of course, the loudest noise. It's probably hitting a little bit early. Everything is. But then we've got a really powerful bass transient. That's the drums. And it looks very much as if this kick drum hit is coming in front of everything else. That attack transient, that's hitting before everything, and the entire band is going by this point, but it's still, that attack transient is everything. And I can only assume that's by hitting it a little early. And that's because George Clinton has everybody coming in super hard on the 1. You nail the 1 incredibly hard. There's another 1. Owie. I know that's another 1. And again, another really big hit. And there is that kick without a lot to distract from it. Everything else is coming in very soon afterwards, but that kick is standing alone. Something else is starting as early as this, but the kick transient, that's essentially all by itself. That's spotlit. It's as if they sidechained it, but I don't think they did. It's not impossible, but I don't think they did. Okay, so enough of this foolishness. Let's measure this thing. I am satisfied with studying all of this. Or I'm satisfied with the amount that I had to talk about it. So, give up the funk, tear the roof off of the sucker. Let's see what it measures as. I'd love to have that record. I feel very fortunate to have this one. It's not like they pop up in the record store every day. I was fortunate to find the 2 Chic albums I had, because I surely did not grow up with those ones. I grew up with this one because me and my friend Pedro knew this was extremely cool. Even if we were like, well, it's not disco. It's not disco. It's funk. See, it says so. And it's crazy synthesizers, and it's incredibly, ballsy, and it's like you can't make fun of us for loving this because this is awesome. And it's true. Disco is also awesome. We didn't know that at the time. And another example of having a lot of bass going around. This is a little bit more like what I was talking about when I said you can have mixes where the thud on the kick drum is like a repeating pattern of spots. It's not completely like that, but this is a little more like that, where it's more like a sample or something, where you got the thump, 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 thump going. This is also a Bootsy Collins record. Bootsy is all over the bass and voice of this album. Star Child. One of the tracks is parenthesized Star Child. It was huge trouble doing the first track on this album. It's like P-Funk Wants to Get Funked Up, because it was skipping all over the place. It was such a hot record that it's throwing the needle out of the grooves. I just barely got it to behave. Scrunchy. Yeah, John Dobbs Superfans 369. Yeah, if he doesn't know about Chic, he's missing out. Maybe if he knew, he would classify Chic as funk. But I mean, you can classify Chic as funk on the sheer musicianship delayed. But if you listen to I Want Your Love, I Want Your Love, it's clearly and obviously disco. Like, it is so definitively disco that it basically forces you to reckon with, I do have other interesting disco stuff that I haven't been looking into. Maybe I should, maybe it's not that important. I've got a Donna Summer album, which I believe is a Giorgio Moroder Donna Summer album. But that's the stuff where, like, if I was to measure that, then you would see the repeated spots on the bottom of the zero cross meter indicating the kick drum, because that's how that stuff came about. This is a fun track at this point. It's going owie, and then it's basically drums and bass solo, but in a peculiar way. It's one of those moments. There's an Elvis Costello track like that too, where everything sparses out and the bass and drums are continuing to do the insane groove, but then they're throwing those weird little fills. There's a couple of fills where they're combination drums and bass fills. And they're the most curious little fills. They're really kind of eccentric. They're mostly staying with the groove, but they're audaciously wiggling the groove around when they do the fills. And they're doing it with bass and drums combined, which is weird. Yeah, I wouldn't mind investigating the Italo disco, although honestly I feel like kind of I already know what I would basically find, which is it'll be good and it'll act kind of like this stuff, but with more in the way of boom and tinkle, more in the way of extremely deep bass thumps, and more in the way of high frequency noises. And it'll be very regular because it is entirely sequenced, back when that was barely a thing. The neat thing about some of this stuff is that it reminds me a little bit of how Rick Beato has been being noisy and difficult about this stuff, and he's all about, they play all of the things. It's cheating stuff of people making machines and so on. It's cool, but you can also do cool things with humans playing things. And in fact, you can do these things like Parliament and Chic were doing, if you really devote yourself to playing that emphatically. and you don't have to play complicated things. A lot of this stuff is very simple. Not always, but it can be. Okay, so this was ACE. Speaking of tricky things. Oh, this is cute. I'm going to bounce in and do this one. This is a really interesting quality about it.
You make some calls. One-on-one. At the stadium. Stadium.
So what's going on in this track, in this bass line, this is actually normalized, by the way. This is peaks are as loud as they'll go. You got a drums going, you got a bass line going, but you've also got what's probably either played or a sequenced thing where it's either like gating the bass to be a little bit louder as the kick hits, or there's a separate synthesizer note just going bip, 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 and following the bass line. So the bass line goes dun 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 bip, dun 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 bip, dun 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 bip. And the bass line is very smooth. When it plays its things, there is never that super sharp, pokey outy attack, but it comes in with the additional sound. It's just it's either some kind of gating trick, or it's literally another note that's about this wide, like a note like this. Goes like that. There's another. I can't really find it very well without being able to listen properly. And here horns are coming in, but you see what I mean? Like the shape of this waveform? This is the kick hitting, but that's also basically a synthesizer note of some kind. And it's like every now and then there's a bass-like instrument that's just going bip, dun 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 bip, dun 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 bip, dun 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 bip, dun 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 bip. And it just throws that in there periodically, but it's not constantly. It's just bip, bip, and it's just popping in at that interval, and it's part of the groove of this track. It's part of how they did what this is. And we'll throw it in, and we'll do a little measuring on it and see how it goes. And there it is. You can kind of hear the tone of the bass quite clearly. But it's interesting the way they do stuff like that.
So fine.
That was a very clear little synthesizer note. We'll probably get opportunities to hear that pop out. The thing is, it's such a short note that if it is square in the middle of the content peak, it'll be clear. And you can hear how different it is from the bass guitar. And you can hear when the bass guitar is playing stuff, and it comes out quite differently. There's another one. In fact, what we see here is almost certainly that note soloed. And that's interesting. So I'm pretty sure the bass wasn't playing over that. This is probably another one. Dun, 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 dun. One of the things interesting about Gaucho is that although it is a airy and hi-fi record, off of the original vinyl, it's really not very bright. You do constantly have stuff going on, but it's not really poking out that far beyond what the body of the sound is doing. It's one of those ones where it's being very, very spacious indeed. Yeah, see, I don't know quite how Steely Dan did this on this album, but I do know from having listened to it before that what the bass end of the track does is that thing where you've got a bass guitar and then there's another bass instrument that goes bip, 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 and it may or may not be gating other things around it, but it's absolutely doing a super staccato like bass accent, like right on top of the other bass, but the other bass is not as loud. It's the legato. There's a legato and a staccato bass. And the staccato one purely sticks to just that bip and is completely sparse. It only shows up in the verses. It doesn't show up when other things are getting busy. It just sort of waits its turn for when the rest of the main group comes around. And it's almost like that George Clinton concept of the one, where it's the bass note that does the one. Bep. This is where the one is. Bep. You compare this to the George Michael track. This is not necessarily all digital reverbed out or anything, although that is not impossible. It's like, I think the year this was, that was thoroughly a possible thing, but they wouldn't have made it all hyped out. They'd be keeping it strictly realistic sounding. But yeah, it's actually very possible that is part of the signature sound of this album, is that they did also have the early digital reverbs available. They just chose to mix them in such a way that it does a really good real room impression. I think I am getting fairly close to doing a pit stop and making another cup of coffee. Cup of coffee? That just only shows you how I need my other cup of coffee. And we will keep exploring all of this stuff, although we can't always stop and like play with the synthesizer or something. We shall see. One of the things about doing a little short note like that is that it starts to become really important as to what your envelope is on your synthesizer or on your instrument. Like, I can show you what it would take to play something like that on a stringed instrument. And it requires particular techniques indeed. I've got a stringed instrument over here. Now, if I told you this was a tuned instrument, I would be lying. But it is a string instrument. Let's finish this up first. We're almost done. So one of our more deep vibe tracks, which is legit. I'm not surprised by that one bit. Even though there are horns and things on it, go figure. Glamour Profession by Steely Dan. DA for deep vibe. So here's the thing. If you were playing staccato notes like that on a stringed instrument, you have to do it in a certain way. Like, one would think you'd need like a peg, right? This is a it's an SD card, but same difference. But to do the really short stuff, sometimes you might need to use your fingers. And you got to really be able to grab the string right back again. Being able to control the sustain of things, pretty big deal. If you had a pick and you had to, that is many more cycles of the note. And then even if you were fairly quick about it, oh, I wish I could play roundabout. You can make a soft attack with the thumb. But then if you really wanted to attenuate the note, you almost have to grab it with a finger and a thumb. Kind of like that. I don't know how to play that, just the first notes. And then I don't know how to play the next bit, but whatever. Okay, so a few notes. I played you a few notes of roundabout. Those are the only ones I know. I can't play you any more than that. Let's go and find something that we can start measuring so I can go and make another cup of coffee, and I'll come right back with another cup of coffee. And we'll see what else we can do. There's some fun things here. I've got like Robert Palmer stuff. I've got XTC stuff. I've got Jethro Tull's Aqualung album, which I was expecting to impress me more, although there's a bunch of things that are very neat about it. One of the things about Jethro Tull's Aqualung album is the transients on the drums are beyond belief. You have not seen recording like this. It's the opposite of like your 80s things where it's like I've actually measured the rush stuff. Okay. Like the transients on the drums on the Aqualung album are like 24 dB hotter than everything else. Completely whack. I have orchestral records, but have not at this time recorded them or measured them. If I did, they would be looking like a sea of blue energy typically, because orchestral records are recorded from a distance, and so the sound of air gets involved. And they also have horns, so the sound of sonority and loudness gets involved. So yeah, orchestral pieces tend to be a sea of blue spots. Just like big band stuff, they light up the meter real good. Let's do a quick repeat demonstration of what to listen for if we use peaks and slew. I can play this all I want.
That's too much for one who cannot dare.
And it's not a perfect mix.
Such demands are hard to for me. This isn't the side I want to see. My baby, you got to rise for me.
So, if we were playing this, and it's going to this is not edited, so it's just going to play this bit over and over. And we do monitoring. So what to listen for if you use peaks and slew outputs. And let's do an effect stack so we can bring meter into the equation. Emphasize what is too loud, if anything. Here we've got our kick drum being a little too loud, and it is quiet. And those things are all jumping out excessively. So it'll be fun to remix these sometimes. So peak makes the stuff that is too loud or too much poke out. Slew, you're only able to hear the highs, and it's going to show you whether your highs are unreasonable. Now this is not the console LA mix of this, and as such the highs are still kind of too loud, but they're not wildly too loud. Okay, so if we have it on slew, you get to see what the extreme highs are doing. And what we see is they're too loud, but not wildly, insanely too loud. And they're balancing fairly okay. Whereas with peaks, the stuff that pokes out is the stuff that is basically too loud. That was the original intention before I had meter, is to do something where when you had mixed stuff too loud, and it was all about heightening and altering peaks. So you see with the regular sound, it's a little bit too bright, and the kick drum you can see in the zero cross meter, it's okay, but it's loud. It's exaggerated. So when we switch over to peaks, what these things are doing, they no longer show up that way on the meter, but then you can hear them as a distortion.
This isn't the side I want to see. My baby, you got to rise for me. This isn't the side I want to see. My baby, you got to rise.
Also, if I was to go upstairs to my hallway listening position, while playing this through the speakers loud enough to hear properly, I would probably also be able to make those judgments. I would probably also be like, yeah, that kick is too big. What tells us it is too loud? That is what tells you. It tells you too loud by being too loud. It's a delicate balance. It's not way too loud. If it was way too loud, it would be completely ridiculous. Now, I was asked about the slew part and the peak part, and so that's what I have explained. In this one, I know that these highs are way too high. So,
This isn't the side I wanted to see. My baby, you got to rise for me. This isn't the side I wanted to see. My baby, you got to rise for me. This isn't the side I wanted to see. My baby, you got to.
all the hash there, all the black lines, too bright, way too bright. And so when I switch it to peak,
Rise for me. This isn't the side I wanted to see. My baby, you got to rise for me. This isn't the side I.
now the peaks are wildly distorting. You can see it in the measurements, you can see it clipping, it's just completely over the top. And that's because those things were too loud in the mix. Peaks was what I originally invented to be able to do the job of what meter does. And we can also switch it over to slew, same problem.
wanted to see. My baby, you got to rise for me. This isn't the side I wanted to see.
So the lines, they are actually coming in as gray lines rather than the black lines from the regular sound, but they're still way too far. Like these lines coming up from here and the slew meter are going completely across everything. It's not supposed to happen that way, and that's because they're too loud. And too loud sounds like this.
Baby, you got to rise for me. This isn't the side I wanted.
And it's as simple as that. Also, if you're looking at the zero cross meter and you see the slew only version of that, you never want to see this. That's extremely loud sounds 2K and up. That's most unpleasant for listeners as a rule. And with that, I am going to switch to loading up something I can use. Let's load up a more recent track that should behave better than the previous one. Oh, I could be real frisky, and we could do something like this. So that's a console X mix done with meter to maximize on all of this. And we can pick some suitable moment of it to AB. So at that moment, we had the end of the synthesizer, which went loud just for that instant, and then backed off and we went into the guitar. If we play that with peaks on, here's what we get. So you can see what's happening there is if we turn on peaks only, it is pointing out the bits that are just overbearing, but I think I was mentioning, Blue Baggins talked about funky chunky. That's the parts that are supposed to be pushing the loudness envelope. The bits that are supposed to be poking out as too loud are the bits that are poking out as too loud. It's got a slap to it. I don't think I referenced this with peaks, but I'm not surprised that it's behaving itself because that's what they're supposed to do. If you do a really great mix, it should behave itself on peaks. I dialed in peaks on classic records, the same ones that we're measuring today, and it behaves itself on classic records too, especially the 80s stuff that's incredibly dynamic, really ends up working out super well. And areas that are quieter, like this bit here, like that. So yeah, a useful tool. Now let me set this up. It might take me longer than 5 minutes to do this, but I'll just leave it looping. I am going to go and make my other cup of coffee and do my little pit stop thing. I think I might be switching over to espresso cups at this stage. It's that or keep making the pour overs, and the pour overs take a long time. Let's see. There we are. Okay. I'm going to put my little hourglass thing up, and I will be right back. And if we've got lots of people and you want something, you can request stuff from my list. You can request stuff for me to do a actual timeless posting on Wednesday. If you would like to ask for a particular thing on Wednesday, you're the ones that I would be listening to. Otherwise, I'll just pick something. And yeah, back in a bit. ready. Very nice. You know, I don't know much about Max for Live. Do not know hardly anything about that. John Daub Superfan? A fair question. A fair question indeed. Because you see, here's the thing. I wonder if this is actually going to work. Let's find out. Depends very much on what you mean by proper. Have you seen them before? Do you know what they are? It's like this. It's this little plank with these chiclets on it. Because it's chiclets, it does this. This is as much range of motion as you get. That's as much range of motion as you get on the aftertouch. And that's as much key travel. So you really better know what you're doing. I mean, there are good things about that. Like if you wanted to do organ glissandos, which this is not going to really qualify, but it's really flexible for that, but it's not going to feel like a keyboard in any normal sense. It feels like chiclets. It feels like the worst keyboard ever. And it makes rattly noises. I'm pretty sure these keys are also on the smaller side compared to any real keyboard. It's bigger than an Arturia key step, but they are small and kind of weirdly chintzy. I mean, I've felt worse, but not much. It really has its own key feel to it. The thing I can tell you is it does certainly do the polyphonic aftertouch. It's got a pitch bend that works exactly the same way. And a modulation wheel, which this one is a string sound. And they work the same and feel the same as the aftertouch on the keys, in that you don't actually have any lever or anything motion. It feels like there is, a 16th of an inch of travel, and then it's engaged, and then it is always the same pressure sensitivity. So that's the bargain you make. That's the bargain you make with the X key. Also, I must admit, I love the fact that I could throw that into luggage. Like, I could replace it if I needed to. I don't expect to need to, but I could replace it if I needed to. I wonder if I have another more suitable example for that kind of thing. Probably aftertouch saw. Yeah. Same deal. In this case, it only does anything when you have to touch it. So if I'm holding it, I can barely make anything happen at all, and it will not follow my notes because I haven't done any compensation for the fact that all you can hear is the result of the aftertouch, which is always a little bit after the attack. But then if I put it down where it's solid, and I'll scooch over a little bit, honestly, for the price, I think it's pretty good. I think it's pretty good for the price. I'm not a keyboard player, much less a piano player, so the fact that it's a million miles away from being a piano doesn't worry me. And I feel you can play quick riffs on it, it just doesn't feel pleasant. It doesn't feel wildly unpleasant, but it doesn't feel pleasant in terms of a keybed feel. Like, what else have we got here? Oh, how about, what's this one do? Expressive. This is one of the ones where I have a portamento applying to only one of the oscillators and not the other. That's why I call this one expressive. So I'm not much of a keyboard player, but if I try working out on this using the X key for a keybed, see, you can kind of make it do what you want. It's just, you're dancing on chiclets, basically. I think it basically does the job. Also, it's very nice that Surge reads aftertouch. You just do the poly aftertouch and Surge, and you're all good. Let's switch over to something totally else. It seems to me that all that happens if you hit it hard is it just kind of clacks. There's very little travel, but I don't think that matters very much. The analysis I would make is that it feels like the difference between playing drums on a drum kit and playing drums on like a Simmons kit or electronic drum pads that are not mesh heads. You can play, and then there's no travel, and you just hit a rock. I don't know whether it would end up bothering your fingers over long extended periods of playing. I just know that I'm able to get it to do what I want, and the polyphonic aftertouch is kind of, if I was to jam out on keys, I'd probably want to be able to do something like that. Also, if you plug in the external patch thingy, there's this little thing that plugs in the other side, and that gives you a 5-pin MIDI out for controlling anything else that you want, and you get a additional controller that'll work with Roland pedals and a sustain pedal. So it does let you do a sustain pedal, but it's still not going to be anything like a real piano. And it does let you attach an expression pedal on top of the modulation button that's pressure sensitive. And then the pitch bends are also the pressure sensitive things, which I feel are not remotely the same as like a pitch stick or something. Like, for instance, my gold standard for amazing modulation wheel and pitch bend would be a Nord with the little stone wheel and then the little wood-tipped bendy thing. And this is not even close to that. But it has other stuff going on because the Nord won't give you the polyphonic aftertouch. So you kind of figure it out. You do the best you can with what you got, and it changes the voice of your keyboard playing as it goes. So let's see. Let's jump right in on this one in honor of Republican National Convention. Anyways, so I am snarking, but I reserve the right. I reserve as many rights as I still have, as long as I have them. And this is an Elvis Costello track off of Armed Forces. Yeah, well, you're quite welcome. I am hoping I'll be able to do plenty of other neat things with that, seeing as Surge is worth people's attention and is free and works with the X key. And I feel like I can, like, if I could get that Mellotron sound, or vaguely Mellotron sound, working as well as I did, I can probably do whatever else I want in Surge. There will be exceptions, like Sudara is developing a sine-based synthesizer, which I certainly intend to get. That will do certain things more than Surge. But I am generally going to be a Surge fan for that kind of stuff. And I'm quite looking forward to fooling with it more. It's funny. It reminds me of the control surface I'm getting. You see, I'm getting this control surface from Yandex, and I have not heard back from them in the last couple of days, but I did check in with them, and it looks like it's going to be, if I'm lucky, early August, which is legit. That's fine. But I looked into more about what these people at Yandex were like, because I was interested. I wanted to know whether they were like, you don't want to get into your milkshake duck situations. Apparently, for everybody all across the political aisle, I've seen people get dismayed at me because I am overly leftist, and I'm like, yeah, do you understand how this even works? But when I looked into the guy from Yandex, he seems very cool in a bunch of ways. Like, wants to do sustainable manufacturing, will help you recycle his previous things into new boxes and stuff, rather than just making you throw stuff away. And the reason I'm reminded is because I was getting asked for that Mellotron patch. As if the right thing would be to make lots of Surge patches and then have people playing my Surge XT sounds. And I'm kind of lukewarm on that one, honestly. And I'll tell you why. And it's a similar motivation like the guy out of Yale Techs does not want to invent stuff at which point everybody runs around buying his designs for control surfaces. He is actually kind of foot draggy a little bit on that. He doesn't really want it to work that way. CC for this one. I could make some really snarky remarks over that. Here's another great Elvis Costello song. It's worth investigating. See, the thing about both me and this Yeltex guy is, what do we got to do to make people try to do stuff for themselves? What does it take to be inspiring? I'm not surprised at this. This song just goes, and then there is a little fill that comes in, and that fill is snare and Rickenbacker bass. It goes, and then it just goes back to its groove again. You can see it in the bottom where the waveform is. And I noticed that when they do that bit, it is showing up as bright blue accents. Just like that. That was the sound. So I'm kind of not surprised that that's happening. Because it's such a cool sound, and it jumped out to me immediately. It's like, oh my god, this song's amazing. I have to hear that some more. So it stands to reason that the little accent bit is jumping out as being well balanced. And it's big dynamic peaks. Big peak energy, big spikes, all balancing with the high frequencies properly. And the overall song is very quiet and chill. The big spike coming up is da-da-da-da on toms. And you can see how much dynamic range is in this track. We're probably going to hear those accents again at the end because they start doing it repeatedly. Yeah, like that. It's a very neat song. And DF, even though those accents are really aggressive, the overall song is extremely mellow and low-key. It's just those snare and Rickenbacker bass da-na-na-na every now and then they're gone. And they're constructed almost entirely out of peak energy. They're peaking up to almost zero. The attack of all those things together is less than 12 dB down, and the body of the sound, 6, 12, 18, is consistently 24 dB down. That's a lot of space. That's a lot of energy on the peaks rather than on the RMS. By design, that's what this new wave sound was about. DF. But you shouldn't, because you saw them. They were lighting up with big blue spots indicating that they're the kinds of peaks that people like to hear. You're taking away all the impact and excitement if you do that. Mustn't do that. Here's a fun one. Let's do a Robert Palmer. This is Robert Palmer looking for clues. Very 80s. Very 80s. Ooh, looking for clues. Oh yeah. It's that one. Same deal, but even more in the extreme loudness. This is blanketing the top area of the peak meter. But that's normal for Robert Palmer. this guy is funky as anything. Although you'll notice, I was talking about how the low frequencies, you can have the kick drum making regular spots like this. That's literally what we're seeing here. This means our kick drum has been accentuated. So there's a little more of a thump in it than we saw in like Parliament or Chic. I'm not sure to what extent that's also going to be including bass guitar.
Oh yeah,
What, for this? Integrated LUFS? I can give you a guess.
yeah.
LUFS is not a million miles away from RMS.
It's hard
Let's see. Because it's going to continue going, but this is basically what you get.
to shake it up.
12, 18, 24. It's 26 or 27 or so. Tell you what, after we finish it, let's run Twisted Wave's own algorithm on it and see what it tells us.
Oh yeah.
I think this version of Twisted Wave will give you an LUFS. I'm not completely positive, but I think it will.
Keeps me well.
So yeah, once we're done with this one, let's measure it.
There's a way of getting.
Let's measure it and see if it'll give us an LUFS. Because, yeah, great example of the stuff I talk about. On every single level, possibly excepting we don't actually need the kick drum like this. But it's a choice. Like, you can, it's, you know, it's a sustaining beat. Like, you can absolutely do that.
It's great.
But here's our peak energy up here. Here is our 80s glitter of red high frequency peaks above the amount that we want, but it never really goes through to the lower part. Never really wraps.
Cause you wanna.
Just a fantastic sound. Just straight up a fantastic sound. I wonder if I've got, I haven't done all of my Genesis. You know I've still got more records to separate out. You know that, right? I've got like 21 more full-length albums to edit down. I did as many as I could this morning. It's really a lot of work to do. That said, I'm probably going to end up at around 1,000 tracks. Yeah, this is Robert Palmer's Clues off the album Clues. Robert Palmer is very characteristic of doing this kind of thing. That is par for the course for Robert. I mean, Robert Palmer was the guy who was able to go on stage and sing with James Brown and get away with it. And then James Brown helped him sing Addicted to Love. Now that's a mark of respect. With some of these, you hear bits of the riff and you just kind of recognize it. And I'll tell you, probably when you can do that, probably when you can hear bits like, oh, the guitar goes nit dit 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 dit. It is the peak energy up here that we saw being created when the guitars did that stuff combined with everything else. That's probably why those little moments jump out the way that they do. It's because you've got those little moments that are like, oh, that song, I know that song. I recognize that sound off of the radio immediately. What you do is you make the peaks work this way, and then that stuff falls into line. and you put your hooks in and stuff, but you mix them like this. So let's see, CC for comfortable. Here's another.
Around. That is the wall. Would be right. Mary says he changed.
All right, put away my coffee cup. Yeah, so you love this song, eh? Observe the behavior on the meter. There is a reason why you might be able to say that after a window into the song as short as 1 second or less. You heard this stuff up here happening, conveying the sounds in the song that you know that you like. They're being communicated to you through. They're carrying the feel of the song. Song was also used in Citroën advertisements. Oh, I forgot to check the LUFS. Let's go back to that after I finish with this. John Doe, was it this that you were wondering what the LUFS was, or was it another one? We'll go back to whichever one it is that you say, and we'll find out. Yep. Heavy blobs showing up in blue mean that they're voiced like loud horns and guitars and sonority and stuff. Heavy blobs showing up in black could be bass or something else. Oh, I can't do that. I can't do that. That's because the twisted wave analyze function will give me the LUFS, but it will give it to me as a single reading. He says, wondering whether I can load up another one. I think I've got the Julian. Let's find out. We will have a more busily animated screen if that does work. Oh, also, isn't this cute? This is another one where we're ending on a high. It's a formula. It's a thing. You can do that. You can choose to make your record, mix it and arrange it so that as it goes to the ending, it is ending on a high. Just go up to the maximum density, maximum sonority, maximum stuff happening, and that's when you fade. I mean, I see that happening so many times. I'm a little surprised to see it show up here, but it totally has. Now let's see whether we can find the Julian. I feel like I don't see it. Well, nothing saying we can't go and find it. I'm pretty sure that that was a free download of some kind. Firstly, let's label this. I wouldn't have called it as being louder than looking for clues, but it is. Or more intense than looking for clues, but it is. So that is the thing I was thinking about. I know that that will give me the LUFS. I consider meter complete, yeah. I mean, as you know, how I work with these things is if I did anything else or if I changed it significantly, it would have to become meter 2. Meter is standalone and complete as it is. Let's see. RC1. What do you even have in RC1? Changelog. Fixing broken stuff, fixing a command line tool. These things I doubt we need. Don't need any of that stuff. Not using SADI. Blah, blah, blah. You know, I don't think I need any of those things. That said, I don't see any of those things as being a problem, so let's give this a try. I think that was it. And I will not be able to immediately use, oh, that's complicated and cutesy. I will not immediately be able to use an AU. Also, I don't think you can actually do this. My understanding is macOS has changed recently to the point where you cannot actually put out disk images linking into your folders in this way. But I don't need to, because I've got new vinyl with my stuff on the side of it, so I can just go BSD2 goes here. Points for being able to let me have that, by the way. Here. And then this one is going to ask me for authorization. And that ought to cover it. Okay. Yeah, I'm almost certain the question that I had, like I wonder what the LUFS is, was on the Robert Palmer track. I see no reason why I can't fire that up again. Just to be able to do this. If it will, oh, it needs me to refresh it. Fine. This is going to take us a little while, but no biggie. Honestly, my main concern is keeping my energy up for the day. Sometimes I get all caught up in things. There's stuff I could do where I could get caught up in them. I still need to fix all of the pitches in that track we were working on a couple of weeks ago, the mixdown. I can do that off stream, and it will take days. And those are the times that I have to like relax. But I could also do a little bit of that. Point being, I don't really mind staring at this, rescanning all of its VSTs in hopes of finding the Julian one, because it seems like a fine thing to try. I can even add it to the effect stack. and auto open it. It might take up entirely too much space. We'll see. Some of these things are easy to resize and some of them not so much, and maybe it's not going to show me. Yes, please resize this. Maybe it'll let me have the VST3 and not the VST2. I'm not entirely sure. In fact, let's quit and restart. Maybe that'll help it. We are shooting for, oh God, and I'm reminded that the last time I got up and got coffee, I seem to have not done a pit stop. Well, big deal. Whatever. No, do not do automatic anything, please. Thank you, sir. See, this is the problem you sometimes get into with things like juice. This is probably a juice, but it's flashing and removing itself from the screen. It's struggling. It wants to do something, but it doesn't know what. Can't make it any smaller than this. But see, now if I was tacky, I could complain about that, but I'm programming in Juice 2, so I know this is as good as you're going to get. I guess I can scooch it over here, or I'll do some damn thing with it. I don't know what. I can hide it, relaunch it, and save this stack as this. Oh, I have to, hang on. I had better scooch this over here, otherwise it's going to give me really weird results. In fact, maybe I can place the windows in a useful way. If that hides underneath my window there, and then this hides over here, and I save the stack like this now, maybe it'll open like that, which would be handy. And off we go. So here we are looking for clues. It is completely fine that we're hiding most of this window because we don't need to see all of that. It's not showing anything useful. Oh, back we go. Okay, never mind. I can't see OBS under there, but whatever. So we are getting a LUFS reading on screen. That seems cool. And this is how you interpret the combination of these things. I will continue doing this going forward. In fact, we can look at all manner of stuff to see how this actually works out. Yeah, my computer is capable of handling running all these things at once. It's fine. I was wondering whether a mono means that it's converted everything to mono, but I think not. Let's play with it. I've already got it measured. Yeah. Stereo. Be in stereo. Being in stereo seems appropriate. I'm not sure whether it's doing anything differently, but that's fine. Yeah, so we're hovering around one is 18 dB or so, 17.7. What, the LUFS? I mean, it's a legit reading. The mono would have been only one channel, which is not significantly different. Yeah, we've already measured this, so that's where we get here. Oh, and there's our little peaks. So here's what you got. And we're going to save that, and then let's try that again. Let's try something else. Dynamic, you say? It looks like I have already compared Aqualung. Here is Jethro Tull, My God, side 2 of the Aqualung album. And here's our visualization technique. So here's where we're at to start. Starts with an acoustic guitar bit. This is not going to be the same balance that you have on the CD version, I'll tell you that right now. And we're getting quite a little bit of low frequency wobble. We don't even have the piano coming in yet. This is a single acoustic guitar leading the song in. So 40 dB down seems completely accurate. Now when the band kicks in, you can see where the waveform gets a lot bigger. But this is already the song underway. We've got lead vocal. In fact, the lead vocal is not wildly different in volume from how it is in the track. And that is quite a thing, really. I'm not sure why this is making a special value at 23 in the Ulian. Also note, on the Ulian you can't tell anything is special in any way. On mine, there is a sea of blue dots saying that this is attention getting, this is something that is worthy of noticing. And the full band kicks in. And not unexpected, the full band stuff is engaging with my peak measurements. That I expected. It's a little striking that it's doing it at more than 20 dB down LUFS integrated. Now what you said earlier about like that screams clip me, this one screams clip me to me because you get 1 dB on this very easily without changing a thing. You don't want to clip off like this area is fine the way it is, but that's not going all the way up to the top edge, is it? And the stuff that does go up at the top edge is not showing up as being worthy of protection. So there's room for a tiny bit of laudination on this one in particular. while still being minus 20 LUFS as a rule. We got a chorus coming in. It's a pretty dark reverb. The reverb on this, it's a 1971 track. It's a rail chamber. As in, it's probably a hall-like room, not even a dedicated chamber. And it's a mighty dark chamber on top of that. Also notice the way that the zero cross meter has a lot to say. Also notice how the true peak on the Julian meter is apparently managing to be a true peak max of 0.0. It's clipping at minus 20 LUFS. It's kind of neat how the Julian is showing me different and interesting things here. Like this little chart of how long it spends at various different loudness points is kind of neat. My history is being shown basically as look at the entire screen. And I think it's saying things that are more useful than the Julian, but the Julian is giving me an overview of literally where it's spending all of its time. And that's an interesting take. Back to hardcore rock band stuff. Notice in my meter how it's going blue spots all over the place. This is the same mechanism by which Debbie Boone lit up the meter. It's intense conviction and projection in the voice. When you hear what Ian Anderson sounds like doing this, also notice how the meter is not dropping off as that faint guitar is doing its thing. That's because that is super quiet in the mix, but it's very saturated and it is off at a distance. And yeah, very interesting. It is persistently 20 dB LUFS down and still apparently clips. And then they both pause when I pause the effect stack. That's cool. So yeah, very interesting. What also the momentary max, the max it's ever made it, even at the loudest point, is 14.8. You know, there are situations in modern streaming where that would be your integrated LUFS, but this track is not able to make a single moment louder than what's supposed to be the integrated LUFS. That's some very peak happy stuff right there. So this is a CA. Let's check out something else of some other kind. Like, I don't know, a Talking Heads track. Here's a good Talking Heads track. This one I struggled with recording as well because it was on the outside of the records, the first track, and I was editing pops and scratches and skips and things out. It's a pain in the butt. Worth it though. Now, if you know this track, so this is kind of electronic. We can try to find. I don't know if I have anything that will really constitute that though. One thing about this particular track is it will continue to be grooving along in this zone. Like this one, the loudness meter is going to be showing that it just wants to sit at this loudness level. And it's still about 20 dB LUFS integrated. But that bar graph there in the Ulian, and that's going to be useful for like if you were playing this in a car or something. If you wanted to put this at a level and dance to it or play it in a car where there's background noise or whatever, this is going to be more cooperative. Because what the Ulian meter is saying is, yeah, this is cruising along being about the same loudness. Seek truth? My answer to that is, can your DAW and CPU use them? Because you can totally do that, but it's going to take more CPU to decode them on the fly. It may possibly also affect latency. I'm not sure. Depends upon how that kind of stuff works. Meanwhile, this is pretty neat. I am quite happy with the contrast between these two meters. Because I'm getting stuff out of the Ulian meter that's interesting and amusing. And one of the things I'm noticing is all my stuff seems to be coming in at minus 20 integrated. But I wouldn't be able to work with just the Ulian. I would need mine. Interestingly, notice a choice here. There's a bit of a big difference between my rendering of RMS versus peak and the Ulian's rendering of RMS versus peak. The Ulian is not rendering peaks at all. At all. I wonder if I can make it. Oh no, histogram. I know what that is, and that's not going to be the same one. Well, let's play with it and see what it has to say. Short-term loudness graph, momentary loudness graph, true peak clipping indication, that's fine. Dialogue detection, so voice. Integrated loudness gate bar, okay. So that's all cool. I see nothing resembling peaks on this. I wonder if I can make it show what I can find on my meter. It's possible that I simply can't. That there is literally no interest in peaks at all other than have you made true peaks go too far. You're blind to peaks if you use this. I'm going to see whether I can make it read something. So BE for beat. We're good with this. Let's do some more talking heads. That's very dynamic. Houses in motion. That's very dynamic. Let's get this rolling again and see if we can make the Ulian show some of the information that I've got. So that's the histogram. Histogram is doing things that are useful. Okay, we've got a momentary graph that is a little more, but it's still not actually. Like on mine, looking at the RMS, I can see the drum heads. On this, I can't. Okay, that's just upsell. That's just upsell. That's unfortunate. Not to say annoying. This is not letting me show much. Okay, 3 seconds is as fast as I can make that go. Short-term loudness, momentary loudness, and true peak clipping indication. Okay.
So much.
Pause integrated and loudness range measurements.
But not too much.
Automatically clear all measurements. Don't get to do that, but I do get to do this.
She is close.
A and B to do 2 separate measurements. Shouldn't need that. Histogram mode. Continuous histogram is like the one thing that so even when I make this be very fast, oh god, okay, that's a little intense. Even if I make that go very fast, I cannot see the attacks of the drums on the RMS meter. With mine, I can see the attacks of the drums, and I can see how far they poke up beyond the body of the RMS meter, but on the Julian, I cannot see that. Which is a shame, because that's a useful thing to know about. And yeah, this one is about minus 19 LUFS. Looks a little bit like we have a target range here. Looks a little bit like if you use the Julian and you're looking for the sounds of classic records, you're going to want to target it at between minus 18 and minus 23. I don't know why 23 is made special, but it's colored differently. Because it's set up to do this, maybe? Oh, you can set it to do all of these things, which I'm sure I'm already doing, but then you have to pay to do it. And we've got a bunch of various things like this. Know what they are saying, and we have many other options. Oh, okay, so I can't actually do anything well. My peak meters are free, guys. I think it's kind of rude to not have that show up unless you're in Pro. But then again, that is the mark of a pro, right? To know what you're doing with peaks. So you gotta have that. Distribution graph. Histogram graph, window size, themes, and we're about done with this. CE for comfortable. Let's keep the talking heads going, making flippy floppy. Because I know I can do stuff where there is a lot of excitable transients going on. If I pick this, I know that it's just going to be bopping about all over the place. What if I try with the loud track? Well, I won't have any of those coming out of my vinyl record collection. Not to speak of. What do you think would happen? Oh, goodness gracious me. You and your upsell, man. I'm trying to give you a fair shake. I'm trying to give you a fair shake, and I would say it's not doing very well as far as that's concerned. That said, acceleration, that's cool. Oh, the reason this is specially marked is because I could change it if I paid. And then the scale stuff, integrated gate of 10 of you. Auto colors, okay, that you can't use. Later, moot point, they won't let me see it. True peak target. How does that work though? True peak max. Interesting. True peak max is -1. Is that really how true peak works? That said, it looks like we hit it with one of our peaks. Analyze. Normalize. Well, I don't want it to do that. Max analysis time. That's a long analysis time. Yep. So we've got another classic Talking Heads record. This one is exceptionally loud. It's at -19.8 LUFS. And the peaks which I show and Julian does not, without if they did show that, I don't think it would be in a useful way. Well, it's very simple, though. If you make stuff really light up in this way, it will sound better and people will like it. The streaming services will be turning you down anyway. I can play you stuff that was played at 1,000,000 decibels all day long on discos and everywhere else and show you how that works. And I will. We're just about to finish this track, and I'm going to switch over to, I don't know, let's do P-Funk. P-Funk, Uncut Funk, the bomb. But yeah, integrated LUFS, still -19. So apparently, according to Julian Loudest Meter, it's not telling me anything about what the peaks are actually doing. As far as it's concerned, they could be not even happening. But I'm still louder than I'm supposed to be. Which is an interesting observation. It makes you wonder, like, well, why? Why would I even care? Why would I be targeting this if there's nothing above this range? And with my meter, it's like, well, yeah, obviously, there's lots above this range. In fact, I can show you how well you're handling things above this range with this kind of information here. Let's see, CC, comfortable. Legit. Not surprised? So over to the P-Funk. So when we're talking about mixing things, loud, P-Funk comes off as absolutely huge when you crank it out. And you'll hear little glimpses of it. And here's how P-Funk, Uncut Funk, the bomb.
We have taken to our groove. Known as We Funk,
Currently, we're hanging out at minus 24
the terrestrial brother.
LUFS.
Directly from the mother.
That said, my take on this does not relate to Julian's
So kick
decision
back.
that you want to be hanging out at minus 23. I don't think that's
Just a
that
long-haired sucker.
appropriate of a target, but it seems as if minus 20 works out fairly well, and I feel you can easily push for beyond that. This is leaving too much of the room up there. So what's going to happen here with the Julian meter is Parliament is going to be hitting two main areas
Now
that
this
are
is what
shown
I
in
want
this
y'all.
histogram. One of their density areas is going to be like this, and the other one is going to be like this.
High
And they're going
grains.
to be very consistent. Not really much in between. It's going to be either the one or the other.
Funk now. You get when you
When you employ your interplanetary funksmanship.
so it freaking happy.
But yeah, this is a classic P-Funk track. Perhaps the classic P-Funk track. I mean, it's literally P-Funk wants
say
to be
it's seven.
funked up. First track in Mothership Connection, which is their biggest album. And this is what George Clinton does with Peaks. Let's take a minute to observe where the energy sits here. We got a lot of high frequencies, and that's normal and correct. As far as our peak energy is concerned, we have our constant splattering of peaks right up to the bar. And they are balanced with high frequencies pretty well. I am thinking that some of the ones that are not lighting up in
I
blue
dig.
are not lighting up in blue because they're actually brighter than they would be.
That's the law around here.
Yeah, see you later, John Dub. Yeah, if you've got requests from stuff that you see here,
To dig my
request them,
sunroof.
because I can be asked for stuff to put on
I was digging on y'all funk.
this coming Wednesday. And again, when I get
With some
geared
main.
up properly to it, I can start increasing the number of timelesses that I post.
It was cool.
Because this is, was cool, but
We funk.
doing this is perfectly safe for streaming purposes and for not getting content blocked purposes. But it is nicer to be able to post the actual track. And in order to do that, I have to post the whole thing, get it set up, and let YouTube run its content checks on it before I hit publish. Because then I can see what the people intend for it. And if they intend, share the revenue, give us a cut, that's awesome, all things concerned. If it is, give us all the advertising revenue, that is equally good, because at least they're getting something out of it, and that's the I want to say dynamics we struck, and that's not the correct word for it. That's effectively the bargain we strike. When the copyright thing comes back as, oh, go ahead and push it, but we're going to take all the advertising revenue, I consider that a legitimate agreement. If they respond by going, sure, knock yourself out, don't expect any YouTube money, that's just funny to me because YouTube money is nothing anyway. And they're welcome to it. It's the ones where they're going to kick up real nasty that concern me. And if I upload and let it sit around for long enough without publishing, I will find out what the answer will be. At which point I could use this very plugin to post the chart of whatever the track is without allowing the music to come through. I haven't done that yet, but I'm thinking about it. Like I could use Monday or Friday to work through ones where they're content blocked. You know, it's like Blue Monday. We're blue because we're listening to Eagles or the Beatles half a second at a time. But at least we can see how they measure on the meter. It's going to be kind of like that. Maybe that would be a good call. Should I do that? The 6 of you that are hanging out, should I do that? Should I use Monday for that? Because it kind of makes sense. Moping Monday. Mad at the copyright holder Monday. So if I do something like that consistently enough, then I don't know whether I would want to come up with a way of, because what I've been doing so far is uploading it, and I don't bother to produce a thumbnail for Timeless, because I'm working towards being able to just toss them out quickly without struggling and straining over it. But it might be worth doing, just throwing a quick caption for a thumbnail for the purposes of, ooh, look, this one's taken off again. It might be worth doing the thumbnail just so that I can put, this is a Beatles or an AC/DC or an Eagles track for you to look at how it behaves on meter like with the other ones. But in this case, they don't let you hear it. It feels like having the thumbnail would be useful in case anybody is baffled by not being able to hear the song. Yeah, Parliament Funkadelic. So chill that it is DA. It's the borderline between deep vibe and comfortable mainstream. Even though it has some of the hottest playing from instrumentalists that you could hope to find, because it's all very high peak headroom. Or, I mean, you say peak headroom, it's using literally, it's not, this is not headroom. This is like half a dB of headroom. This is not headroom. It's actively using the peaks literally the whole entire time that the loud bit is going. So headroom is a deceptive way of explaining this. Anyways, DA. Let's go and check something totally else out. It is, I feel, too late to go and make more coffee. I don't think that's good. Want to have a quick look at some Devo? This is later period Devo. This is the Freedom of Choice album. Freedom of Choice is where we got Whip It, but this is not Whip It off of that album. There are multiple other songs on that album, lots of which are pretty cool. And a lot of people may not have heard of any of those things. And I think I've satisfied my curiosity with this. I'm not interested in keeping it there. It doesn't show me peaks unless you pay. And that seems very annoying to me. It's like contrary to how things should be. I mean, it doesn't even make it look as if you would want that. So we are at odds as far as that's concerned. I am at war with the Julian loudness meter ethos around that. I think you should make a big fuss about peaks because they're super important. And you can't actually call it headroom because it's not really headroom. This area, this is headroom. This is just using the pigs actively.
She sits in the
And it's a neat little song, this.
down in a mist.
The thing that makes me curious is whether it's gonna do some neat thing I didn't expect. Like, one thing I wasn't expecting, I thought this track was brighter than it is.
Everywhere you come,
I think of Freedom of Choice
can't stop.
as a little brighter than the first couple of albums, but clearly it is not. This is a pretty dark track,
Just a girl.
although we might have some changes in there. But we've got our weird little, like,
Look at you and your
Casio sounds and FM synth sounds. We've got a bunch of funky sounds. Some of them are even kind of edgy, but you wouldn't think it to look at this.
girl you want.
80s stuff has that middle range just filled up with red dots, high frequency information. But this, probably the next thing to do is check out Whip It. Whip It is the big hit.
It's in the top.
I mean, we've got some stuff happening, but this is like Fairport Convention dark.
Water.
I'm a bit curious about
Just a girl.
I'm a bit curious about the next song on the album, because I know it has a little burst where they throw in this really grating noise in an old sampler keyboard. It's clearly an old sampler keyboard, and it's a crazy noise. It jumps right the heck out. But I don't think it jumps out in a way where it's a bright sound. Maybe I'll be able to observe what that's about if I go and study it. Also, we can move this up now. DC, Deep Vibe. That's the first track off of the album. I think. Actually, maybe not. No, yeah, it's the first thing on the album. These are in sequence. So here's the second track off of the album. This is the one with the weird noise, which may or may not jump out for you to be able to hear because we're doing the content hiding. But let's see. I have got a variety of compressors that you can fool with. It would depend upon what you mean by broadcast compressor. Here, let me get this rolling and then we'll think about it. It depends upon whether you're talking about like your classic birds style or whether you're talking about limiter type things.
Baby. Baby.
Yeah, I think that the weird noise they make is not jumping out super hard, although it's a really good balanced mix. It's a really dark, good balanced mix.
Sleep can't sleep.
It's one of the things I was talking about with the previous track, the Tangerine Dream album that I did. And this is contrasted from it by this. On the Tangerine Dream track, there was dynamic stuff happening in RMS all over the place. And then this little cloud of green dots was closely following that and always a little bit above. Whereas with this one, the green dots are dropping well below the RMS range here. And what that means is sounds are happening which are extremely bassy with no high frequencies going on hardly at all. Because this is the slew reading. Even the green ones are still the slew reading. It's just a slew reading that's very dark. And that is showing up in the zero cross meter. It's showing up that we've got a lot of deep bass going on in here. It's a very full sound. That's legit. Knowing this track, knowing this album, I buy that. So as far as the compressors that I've got, there is a vaguely Pi-like one called PiWacket. I've got extremely smooth compressors. For instance, Buttercop is extremely smooth, but that's not going to act like what you normally find a compressor would be. The ones that are closer to acting like you'd normally find a compressor to be would be my Pop line of compressors, which there is going to be a new one coming out. It's ready to go. I haven't dropped it yet. But that's what I've been working with inside Console X and what I've built into it. So when you talk radio compressors, you might be also talking about limiters, or you might be talking about stuff that includes things like phase rotation. I've got stuff that also includes things like phase rotation. It would be my Podcast plugin and Podcast Deluxe are compressors that are trying to incorporate things like that, which does not mean they will sound the same as the Doro 610s that you're talking about, but they're options that you could try. Not going to cost you anything. They're all free plugins. So you can look into that. And then I've got classics like Pressure. Pressure is some of my more successful compressors, and it's designed to act a little bit more like your old school Fairchilds or whatever. Have that kind of bloom to it. Pressure is designed to be the squishy old school style. Pop is designed to act like it's more your Phil Collins vocal compressor kind of thing. Real aggressive. Pop might be closer to what you're talking about. Anyways, this was also DA, Deep Vibe. Or rather, this was DA because the previous one was DC. Here's the hit. Let's see what the hit does. And let's see whether the hit is brighter or more aggressive than the previous ones. Interestingly, I see an immediate difference. Well, you look at that. For the hit, now you can hear the cymbals. Those red dots are points where the high frequencies of the track are not darker than the target. Yeah, I've studied broadcast limiters.
Shape it up. To detect it. Be good.
Okay, so this was the head. And we are seeing a striking difference from the previous two tracks. This one is racing for B tier. And there are little moments where it races up real fast, and the rest of the time it's heading right into the comfortably willing to be a hit record tier. And notably, the big difference here is that the high frequencies are stepping out more than they were in the previous two tracks, which are closer to the outside edge of the record, so if they wanted to make those be brighter, they easily could have. And yet, they did not. Also, throw in brightness on doesn't take up excess space. Like, they could have made any of these be brighter, but this is the one. This one was the hit. And it's registering as exactly that. The thing that, what I wonder now is, was it identified as a hit because of the way it sounded, or did they make it sound like this because they intended it to be a hit?
Shape it up.
Because it could go either way, honestly. They could have thought this was the hit and then glitched it up a little bit where they wanted the other stuff to be darker and less produced, or they could have done all of them the way that they wanted to and then identified this as the one that sounded like it was a hit record. Distorted, cool, blown out sound, eh? Let's take a moment and play. That's always fun. Firstly, BF. Striking difference. Striking difference. If I was watching these three and studying them, I would have immediately called that one out as being the hit. Okay, let's play. What do we got? I really should be able to find one of my drum tracks in here. Rise Flack. Well, that's the song. I don't want the song, I want the drum. I've got them on other computers, but I don't seem to have them here. That's a drag. Well, I'll find something. Let's see what this is. Oh, let's open it rather than just highlighting the... Okay, that's a reverb test. Let's see whether we can make something happen. I'm just trying to react to an observation. This one's kind of bad for that purpose. Let's see about this. Good enough. So, drums, eh? So you're looking for a compressor to do a cool blown out sound, eh? Let's see what we got. I've made lots of things. So firstly, let's talk pressure. Element P for pressure. Pressure 5 is probably going to do it. Anything like that? Then that one's a little bit more complicated than pressure 4. Pressure 4 also is something of a wild beast. I just added extra stuff to that one. So let's see, let's go find that. That was pressure 5 that you heard before. Pressure 4, a little bit simpler. Also, I seem to have an output gain on here, so I can turn it down for starters. And then you turn the pressure thing up all the way. To go into your weird zone. Speed is both attack and decay on these. You turn it up really fast, you're going to get more into the distorty sound. Muiness has its own purpose. That's more like a very mu or less like a very mu sound. So, this one gives you the sort of inverse sound. So if this is in the zone of your distorted, cool, blown out sound, maybe that. Here's where we started. And then our other options are things like on the cleaner front, we got stuff like pop, or pop 2, or pop 3. Let's try the first. You'll notice the transient pop on this is what gives it its name. It's the one where like the articulation on the voice or whatever jumps out. Whereas if we do, say, pop 3, that's more recent. Oh, hang on, no. Pop 3 is not out yet. I don't understand what Slow gives upon a full track. That doesn't make sense to me. And then let's finish this up nicely with something else. For instance, Block Party. So is that what you're thinking of, Jack? A really distorted, blown out sound? Or alternately, we can go the opposite direction and tamp things down a little bit rather than hyping them up, because we've got PyWhack-It. And PyWhack-It kind of goes the opposite way. So release is going to make that speed up. But that one's keeping the attacks on things. That's what PyWhack-It is for. So it's not going to give you nearly the same effect, but it'll do weird stuff regardless. And then, of course, other options are, well, let's look for some. So yeah, broadcast compressors, crazy compressors, and weird effects. Well, if you're careful, oh wait, no, we could also play with this. Okay, so louder, but not necessarily that compressy, so never mind. So not as much bright, A. Let's see what we can do. I wonder what deck record would be like here. We can but try. Well, that's not very compressy, though. Fun and all, but remembering, of course, you can always combine things. Wonder if I've got anything else kicking around. The one I was thinking of was Point, but Point's a little bit dangerous. This one, if you bypass it, so it's doing a thing, it's just a little messy. Point is a transient shaper. Let's bounce back to the actual hit studying too, while we're at it. So the scientific validity to finding a standard between hits is, this is about a sound. This is not about songwriting. It doesn't know what a note is. It doesn't know what a word is. It doesn't know what a rhythm is. But there are characteristic things about the sound of hits of certain eras that are persistent. And here's one of them. This is XTC's Garden of Earthly Delights. Now, this isn't necessarily the biggest of hits, but I do know going into it that certain behaviors are characteristic. I have also gone in and one of the things that XTC was really hot to do during this album was highlight the sounds that they loved out of their classic psychedelia. Like the cover of this album screams Beatles. It's like Yellow Submarine cover. And that's what they were shooting for, was sort of wild Beatlesy psychedelic along the lines of Yellow Submarine kind of band. And that album contains a bunch of really intense stuff. So when you find a standard between hits, you can't necessarily say only thus and so sound is going to produce a hit. But what you can do is go, when the Beatles hit is bursting forth with energy and sounds absolutely amazing, the waveform it's making is acting like this. In this case, what I'm finding is that all of that hit record stuff that I'm referring to behaves like electric energy. And I've spent a little time a bit earlier playing with a Julian loudness meter, which doesn't even show you even a line for peak energy unless you pay. And when it shows you an RMS loudness measure, it's extremely averaged out. I don't think that's valid or relevant. So the scientific validity, this is showing me things that are more relevant to trying to get hits and mixes than the Julian one is. And the Julian one is better than most already. It's simply not enough. Whereas with this one, I'm measuring kinds of behaviors that lean towards what produces kinds of hits. I can also show other reference examples if you're interested in even doing it. Otherwise, I'll just run through more of these. I've got hundreds of songs to go through and study here. But I can show you stuff that's extremely good as far as how to interpret these things. One of the things that I've noticed is I can identify sort of density of exciting information in a record. It is showing up as these blue spots. And you're pretty much hearing it bursting through from moment to moment. This happens to be a louder track, so they're pretty hard to miss. And the more of this density there is, the higher this line will go. And it is possible for the line to go too high. It is possible to have too much excitement for mainstream success. There's a target in there. In other words, you cannot simply make the line go off the top of the chart and then no matter what noise it is, it's perfect and will become a hit. It doesn't work that way. But there are consistent behaviors that keep popping up over and over again, and those are the ones I'm interested in. So it is indeed a philosophical discussion. Very much so. Also, I'm not the least bit surprised that this one made it to AF. This is exactly what I would consider to be a A-tier song. It's a little bit too intense for radio play. It's just freaking out all over the place. A Beatles comparison to that would be It's All Too Much off of the Yellow Submarine album. That's very much the same kind of texture and sound and vibe. If you would like, I will play it for you. Otherwise, I will move on and do another. Yes. You saw what I just did, right? I'm trying to decide which one to use. Beatles, Rubber Soul, or White Album? Which would you prefer? Oh, or Sgt. Pepper's? Okay, how about this one? Still 8 here. Remember what the former track, the XTC track, looked like. Here now is a Beatles track that is so old it was originally meant to be mono. Pepper? Absolutely. Gotcha. Okay, so Dr. Robert. Sgt. Pepper's Reprise is a good example here. It has to be content peak because this nukes me off of the internet real quick if they find out. Sgt. Pepper's Reprise. High frequencies sit here. They are the red dots. Blue means it's striking a balance between peak energy and high frequency energy. This is the formula. This is a really good example of the formula. These spikes are high frequency energy in excess of what you need. Sgt. Pepper. Let's skip ahead to Dark Side of the Moon. Going to do a quick search. Oh no, hang on a second. Okay, now I'm getting confused. What's going on? I should be able to search for Pink Floyd. It's literally sitting right here. I'm confused. Now what's going on? That doesn't make any sense. I can see it right there, so never mind. I will just go and find it myself. So remember what the Sgt. Pepper looked like as I searched madly for something else? Depends. I'll show you something else. I'm desperately trying to find Pink Floyd, even though search seems to not be able to find it for some ungodly reason. I don't know why that would be. In particular, I'm looking for money. Oh, maybe I can search for that. In New Final. No, apparently I can't do it. Apple, what is your actual deal? I can search for pink, and I can see that the files are literally sitting right there. What is your deal? You know what? Let's go by date modified. No, that's among the earliest ones, and I also know that I was recording all my Pink Floyd all at once. Here we go. AE Pink Floyd money. Remember what the Sgt. Pepper looked like? Here's 1973. Observing similarities. The peak energy is doing significant things. Now, in the track She Said, it was all concentrated on the top edge. Our RMS loudness is pretty consistently not very high the entire way along. Our peak energy is a cloud of these dots, including the red dots, meaning that it's a little louder. And it makes a picture kind of like this. Now then, when we go over to, let's see, what else? Back to Beatles. I referred to this earlier when somebody was talking about psychedelic stuff. It's all too much, tends to go too far in this direction. And so when we do it, we end up sitting around with the Beatles making incredibly loud noises and frying our brains in overwhelming fashion for an interminable time, like six minutes of. And here's how that looks. Hey, unknown. Now you mentioned stuff that was loud and compressed. And I should have stuff off of CDs that'll cover that. Yeah, here, CD sourced. So we've got some stuff that works in that way, in various ways. For instance, here's a bunch of dead mouse. That's not as loud as it might be. Oh, I think... No, yellow signifies... Let's use Sophie. How's that? How's that for music that is heavily compressed? If we check this, this is what it does. And you can see there's some commonality. This is what it looks like when it goes really loud. Now you'll notice we still have the ability of the peaks and the brightness to balance. We still have these moments of that happening. We can also check out a little system of it down. This is even louder than that.
Flashlight.
So Tool does not really like modern music that is heavily compressed as much. But you can see this mix is trying to do the same thing. And now we go into full saturation. So when you do this, you're losing something. This track would be more powerful if it retained the ability to make this cloud of peaks throughout. You can have it change intensity levels, yes, but it goes beyond and flattens itself out to the point where it can't make that cloud of energy and it can't balance the high frequencies with the peaks anymore because they're basically gone. So it goes flat. The track goes extremely loud, but it also goes flat as it does that. Whereas, with some of your loud sounds, here is a modern track which is not a rap or hip-hop hit, but it is one of deadmau5's biggest hits ever. This is Strobe. So here is what happens when you have a biggest track ever, where people are constantly demanding it of him. This is what that literal track is on the meter. You'll notice something we've kind of seen before, namely, those little blue dots are much in evidence. In fact, the line that is about whether a song is super exciting to hear is going berserk. And in fact, that's kind of what audiences do when he plays this out. And then when it goes into its loudest section, you'll notice that the line does, in fact, go off the chart. Or actually, I think I'm trying to remember whether it goes off or not. And then we have a purely deadmau5 style LFO/beat thing. You'll notice that rather than falling back after the impact, the sound swoops up to the beat. And it's being mixed with the beat, even though the beat is pushed to be quite loud. And we've still got that scattering of Those spots indicating the balance between peak and slew energy. Now, I don't have no energy in Memphis would be laid to waste. But I have some Skrillex in here somewhere, I think. Yes, I do. So if you would like to see what Skrillex looks like on my meter, you can. So note that this is a hit record, yes. But this was also much hated by dubstep aficionados in the UK. And yes, notice that we've got sections and what it's doing in these sections. It's just chosen to spend a lot of its time being as obnoxious as possible. Oh yeah, and the red is the clipping. And density is not necessarily the word. Like, the line follows density of exciting moments as are shown here. These are moments where there's a lot of peak energy rising above the RMS and balanced with high frequencies, causing an exciting effect. I can show other stuff that will illustrate that. This is not that. This is just straight up distortion. And it, as you can see, it's basically like -6 RMS, -6 LUFS. And the dark gray to black, this is as loud as it gets. My take on that is, going for this kind of thing, if you go beyond where the red clip indicator crosses over the RMS, it is useless and too much, no matter what genre you're trying to do. And Skrillex is kind of sort of doing that, but not all the time. And ideally, you would have the attack of your sound hitting that hard and then back off enough to allow there to be a distinction between the impact and the sustain. We have also got examples like here is another loud track. This is Foo Fighters. In fact, this is a big Foo Fighters hit. This is All My Life. And you can see that as they go, this is mixed to try to strike those balances. That's still the intention, because that's what people recognize as far as optimal tones are concerned for some of these instruments, for some of these sounds. There is a scientific basis behind assuming that is an appropriate balance. And then as the band kicks in, it's pushing into maximum loudness, which is why we're seeing the slew poke through here, and why we're seeing clipping here, and why we're seeing it become this loud. But you'll notice that this hit record is still trailing this thing. The peak energy is able to behave in this way. And this was a hit record. What ends up happening is we go through to the point where it is too loud to be able to sustain it very well. You start bleeding energy as it goes. And then we have other sections. Go to the very end here. It's purely full back times with no ability to back off or do anything else. So that's challenging. However, we have other examples, such as from the Foo Fighters' first album, which is pure Dave Grohl all time. This one, and this is also off of a CD rather than off of a vinyl record, shows a different behavior. This is much closer to probably what Dave's original target was. And you can see what it's and the fact that it is on the whole succeeding. And the line on this one goes straight up to the top. Just straight up. It's probably the best example of this off of that first album. The other of the tracks just go into excessive loudness in the way that the later Foo Fighters, because them being like the last band puts them in the realm of loudness war. They're in the realm of Ricky Martin. They're in the realm of Livin' La Vida Loca, Californication, and all those other examples. So they experience being squished until there is no life in the music anymore. But one thing worth noticing is that this track, which is still within the range of, like, we've got peak energy there, the spikes shown on the RMS curve indicate drum hits. And another thing that is worth doing is having the RMS spikes from a drum hit be about 6 dB, which this is, louder than the body of the guitars and everything else and all that. So it is very possible to study this kind of thing. But if you take the modern music, heavily compress it, by definition it can't do that anymore. By definition, you can't have like dynamic spikes like this where the drums are hitting with ferocity. It absolutely stops it being possible to do. I wonder if there's anything else worth even demonstrating. Well, here's a fun thing to demonstrate. So you can have completely other genres, like Boards of Canada. This is not a rock track at all. You will hear it momentarily. But this is off of one of their biggest albums, and is a pretty memorable texture out of the Boards of Canada music. Has the Right to Children. Something a little bit familiar about where the peak energy sits, even though it's swelling up to saturation and then fading back down. We see departures from the behavior, but we see a similar behavior. And then as we go back to say, let's see, this is by date. Yes, it is. As we go back to Beatles, we see that stuff like, for instance, Revolver. You would not call that faint. It is quite vigorous in sound. The density is almost exactly 12 dB down. But the important thing to notice is the distribution of frequencies and the way in which they interact with the slew rate, given that there is a particular spot in the brightness to darkness realm that you can dial in, and it is essentially this one. It is essentially possible to analyze the density of sound and how bright it is relative to how hot the peaks are, to come up with a hit record meter that will go beyond what a hit record meter is to the realms of crazy classic change the world kind of stuff. And that's what Tomorrow Never Knows changed the world. It was a little bit too wild and intense to count as a hit record. You can't actually have a hit record with this intensity of energy. It's basically too much. You lose the energy you want to be listening to Debbie Boone. But you can have very significant music in this realm. And when I say that, what I mean is we can analyze all of these things, and there's a lot of different stuff that shows up in these realms. I am studying all these other ones in order to find more examples. Like here we have a Rolling Stones. This particular Rolling Stones record is a very aggressive, bright one. A completely different. I am basically continuing to answer Jack's question. Jack might have left half an hour ago for all I know. But Jack was asking, how is tracking consistent across time? And I've shown you a bunch of things, including very recent stuff that was loudness war. And now we're back to 1969 or whatever. You're here? Cool. I keep going. And then I'm going to show you something else. I'm going to show you swing music. So here's Rolling Stones doing the same thing. And then what I'm going to be looking for. Oh, also let's take a quick glance at a photograph. Notice that the amplitude. This is not as hot. This is kind of quieter. But this is a famous Mutt Lange mix. This is Def Leppard. Not at all the same era as the Beatles. But the same behavior. It's the same balance between brightness and peak energy. Peak energy is something that people normally ignore, but the key thing that you've got to do is make this continuous cloud of peaks. This is the mechanism by which people can hear half a second of a song on the radio, back when there used to be radio. Go, oh, I know that song. I love that song. Oh my God, that's awesome. This is the mechanism by which that happens. The instant you hear it, this stuff, which is said to be inaudible, and that's why modern stuff is loudness war, this stuff registers. This is the part that registers as, wait, stop, that's special, I want to hear that. And some of the greatest hit records in history intentionally maximized this and turned down the RMS levels, trying to make the sort of aura coming through here to be louder. That's not some era-related thing. It's not a 60s thing. It's not about the people. It is about literal the sound. And that's why terms like headroom. Headroom is a ridiculous term. It implies there's nothing up there. There's lots up here. There has to be lots up here. It has to be full of this stuff in order to register. So let's see. So what I was going to do was, and then there's other stuff that's just very mellow, but you still have to have the energy up there. It's just much more sparse. There is a zone that you can hit which maximizes this stuff. Here's an example. Here's one of the biggest hits you could have. Here's AC/DC. Back in Black. See anything familiar? One slight difference. This is also Mutt Lange. And this is maximizing that beat on top of the body of the sound. This is the kick and the snare poking out at the top. And that's a characteristic 80s signature. It's also a late 70s signature. So producers that get a really producey sound will often have that going on. That instance, it would be better if it wasn't so clipped, yes. That would be in contention. So yeah, so here is Back in Black going along doing its thing. And now, since I said that this holds true across eras and genres, I'm very frustrated by the fact that search isn't finding me anything. So let's see if that continues to be the case. It continues to be the case. I know I've got Brubeck in here. It's just not finding it. Oh, here we are. So this is a lot quieter. This is Dave Brubeck. This is jazz. I'm going to go back even farther than this, but this is small group jazz. Observe what the peak energy does. Particularly with regard to horns. Horns are really good at striking this balance. So when the horn plays the melody and people like to hear, that carries it. That's the loudest sound. We've got that little picture of peak energy. It's just like, this is small group jazz. This is Dave Brubeck. You wouldn't expect it to act the same as Def Leppard. And yet, we've got the same behavior. And if the performer is weak and uninspired, you don't get this. This is what happens when the sonority, the projection of the performer sticks out. This showed up in the Debbie Boone that I posted. She sang with that kind of energy. And then I'm going to scan forwards and hope that I can find the thing that I'm looking for. Nice, got there. And I think it's going to be, this is probably my best bet here. Count Basie and his big band. And this is literally recorded super old school. Hear that? You can barely make out the drums as even existing. It's literally the way people heard big band music back in the day. Like a very old record this is. So as they are building up, we'll skip ahead to where the big band kicks in a little bit more. If it lets me. There's the drums. And we see that the big band recorded with like one mic 30 feet away or whatever it is that they had to do is making basically the same shape and sound to the best of their ability anyhow. That's what it is. It's this pattern. But they didn't have a recording studio at this time. It's just a band in a room. Background sound going. And it's not just Count Basie, because we've also got Benny Goodman. And this is even older sounding. So I would say, yes, these traits I am tracking are consistent across time. I'm not sure how much older I need to go with this to demonstrate that. I do, however, have one clincher. Like, we can do this all day long with swing bands. And you can plainly see the same kind of thing is happening. If you pay attention to the peaks, we see that this is going on, and it's a very similar picture to the ability of a acoustic big band with horns and drums and no amplification of any kind. Even the bass is just a stand-up bass, and that's their natural balances, and it's just a mic put up somewhere. That's all they had. This is the sound. I would suggest this is why that sound was successful. But speaking of successful, let's see which direction I have to look in. Ever heard this song? This is the real single. Chuck Berry, Johnny B. Good. This is what inspired the Rolling Stones and a bunch of other people. This is a super old greatest hits record from a time. Consider this. And you can hear in the little glimpses that that is in fact the Neolithic 50s sound. Pay attention to what the peaks and the slow are doing, and it tells you the whole story. We experience this energy up here. Modern music just clips it all away in order to make this part louder. That's a bad mistake. Because the amount of distance between this and the body of the sound is that sorry. If I run across it in a record store, I totally will get it and use it. I would want either that first record or some really good greatest hits or repressing, but I wouldn't want them. This is a really old record off of. It is like just about 78. The thing is one of those really old, like pre-VJ with roulette or something. It was. And this is the sound. This is the sound that's. If it looks a little bit familiar, that's because the answer to the question is these traits are invariant across time. Let's go to the 80s. Let's go to Sussudio. Okay, from Chuck Berry to Sussudio. You don't get much more 80s than Sussudio. Thoughts? These behaviors are invariant. Absolutely. Gotcha. Trying to remember when I did that. Later. Yep, here we go. Now this is a ballad. It starts kind of quiet. And also this is one of those ones that I can't actually make a React out of because Prince doesn't let you play his stuff straight across, but that's why we have content hiding. Let's step into it a little ways. Let's make it start playing. Leander, yes, you got it exactly right. And too bright and too dark is putting it a little strongly. You get to use stuff as flavor. Having all three in the clouds is good. It's just that what registers as a hit record is that balance. So if it was all sitting around being red, that's too bright. It's not going to be popular. If it's all sitting around being green, it's too dark. It could do better if you had more going on in terms of brightness. Being like this is a pretty good balance. And here's our Purple Rain. Would you like another track from Purple Rain? Like, I'm pretty sure I can't play any of these tracks from Purple Rain on the timeless React things because I don't think Prince lets you do it. But we can look at it. We can look at anything off of that album. I've got the entire album recorded. It's sitting right there, letting us know. This would be his guitar solo. We do also tend to have a lot of... This is headroom. This section of the 80s is the opposite of Alanis that... Absolutely. On it. If you see anything here that you want to see, just say so. I got nothing better to do today because there's plenty of other ones I have to do going forwards. And I got all the time in the world to help make this point. Let's skip ahead a little bit. So what you'll find with this track, it is very sparse. Because there is no bass in it, people experienced it as super driving, super sparse, super empty. There's a lot of high frequencies. You'll notice that the high frequency spikes are poking up to pretty much exactly as far as you can get away with. And you notice that the RMS spikes, which represent drums, are well above the background of the song because there's no bass. You'll also notice that whenever anybody sings, it lights up in blue like nobody's business, and that's because Prince belts like crazy and projects his voice powerfully, as do all the backing vocalists. An interesting thing about this particular album and Prince as a performer is that some of his vocalizations go completely beyond the blue area, which is like maximum sonority. He'll do shrieks like James Brown. Those show up as clusters of red dots. Similarly, when James Brown sings, and I've got James Brown here as well, it is a blue dot fest. But then when he screams like a cat, it's no blue dots at all. It's just red. Just a wild special effects noise, but those are not the moments that people stick around for. They're just the moments that get your attention. So this would be the picture of when Blood Square. And here we've got basically just a texture of sound in here. And the highlight is when people sing. That's pretty accurate. Like, that is a very good way to make hit records, is to highlight when you're singing. And that's what we've got here. Let's see what else. Black lines in the slew meter means it's bright enough to be obnoxious. If they're huge, giant black, I don't have heart of glass, sadly. I'm going to throw on old 55 just to see how the harmonies kick in. So this is quite the opposite. This is the Eagles. And here's the harmony vocals of the Eagles. The rest of it tends to be very dark. When they are all singing together, oh, looky here. It's exactly the same pattern of incredibly big blue splotches that you had in Chuck Berry. It's just being made by a different kind of sound. So there you have it. Mellow Eagle song, same behavior. Also the same distance from the RMS actually being very quiet. I wonder if I've got anything that's like Heart of Glass. I've got some Peter Gabriel. Here's Peter Gabriel's Red Rain. Now, this noise doesn't sound like Chuck Berry's Johnny B. Good. On the other hand, it was a big old hit, and the distribution of peak energy is weirdly familiar. The ability to put across this sort of peak energy fest, where there's constantly something exciting going on that's also balanced with high frequency, is really important. And the density and distribution of it is very similar to Johnny B. Good and all the other stuff that I've highlighted. In all of these things, we see the same behavior. I wonder if I can grab one which is obviously completely not like that. So I've tended to pick out, I am illustrating stuff that all pretty much fits in that way. And here's another one. I don't get to play this as a React, but I can put it on content hiding. Little Jimi Hendrix. Jimi Hendrix Fire.
Listen here, baby. Oh, man, ain't my...
You still here, Jack? And if you got any other requests?
Only water.
Stevie Nicks. Not Stevie Nicks. I don't have. I wish I had Stevie Nicks. I have that right. So here's Fire. As you can see, same behavior. I think I did that one much later, so let's scroll up. It's by time. Look at all my Blue Oyster Cult. I have so much Blue Oyster Cult. I don't have any D'Angelo. Have a whole bunch of Judas Priest as well. I've already done Born to Be Wild React. Let's see. Didn't I do Stevie Nicks before this? I'm pretty sure I did Stevie Nicks before this. I scoot back. Back we go. Van Halen, The Police. Looking forward to doing The Police. That stuff's great. Irene Cara, Barry White, Steve Perry. Maybe Stevie Nicks is really early. I know I got it. I'm just not sure where. Okay, so it's not there. Stevie Wonder, not the same. I know that's not worth doing a search. Sure is. I sure do. Stevie Wonder. I'm looking for Stevie Nicks right now. I got the record with Stop Dragging My Heart Around, and I recorded it, and I know it's here. There it is. There it is. Big old hit. Here you are. Heading into the chorus. You did. So here's Stevie Nicks. Stop Dragging My Heart Around. Now this is so 80s of a track that it has enormous headroom. But you can still see the pattern is starting. See, during the 80s, they let it go way, way quieter when it was like shifting down a gear. So in the 80s, you had your big chorus, and this is where you saw that pattern showing up. Now, I saw something mentioned. And I'm just going to gander over here and see which one of these. Okay, old Motown or newer? Here's a really older one. Give me a second and I will show you an example of that as well. However, for now, Motown I Was Made to Love Her, when the harmonica is just really bright. So here's Stevie Wonder Motown. Now, however, this is not as big of a hit. It's a little shrill. You see there's a lot of high frequencies in here. Grating. But we have a bigger hit, Signed, Sealed, Delivered. And this was more of a hit than the previous one. Yeah, Unknown. I would love to have a vinyl copy of this, but I can play you a little bit of Smells Like Teen Spirit. Done that before. Also, one thing about this Motown Stevie is that as we go towards the very end of the track, the general intensity of stuff continues to ramp up, so the line that rises kind of tends to rise all the way to the very end. So yeah, we got peak energy and the distribution of it in that way. Then, let's see. So scooting up through all of this to where these are. And I think, let's see. So here's how people first experienced Nirvana. So it's a burst of extreme loud, barely within the range, but we can still see, like, all of those, that intense cloud of peaks is mostly brightness. So they're not all optimal. But if you're looking for headroom, if you're looking for peak sound over RMS, this is a really good example of it. This is a blanket. It hits immediately with just saturated peak energy. And the sound is 612, 18 dB down. Body of the sound is 18 dB down. So grunge break the headroom trend? I would say no. This is the CD still like that. It's barely pushing 12 dB down. Doesn't really even get there. Mostly this is LUFS. You see it's dropping a little bit because the CD is rather aggressively bright. But notice this. This is grunge. This is off of a CD, so it's already been like remastered. But this is what was out there. Yeah, it's an Eddie Wallace mix. And we have got some recognizable phenomena here, not that dissimilar to what we saw in the big band era stuff and all that other stuff. And this is off of a CD, which is not our best experience. So check this out. Depeche Mode CD, not all that clippy and loud, or at least you would think it was not all that clippy and loud. It may not be all that clippy, but it's mightily impressive. This is off of Songs of Faith and Devotion. So this is a sound that filled stadiums. The little blue-green, the little red-green thing that's going on is panning. That top thing, part of the RMS meter. That was a panning behavior. It's a sound going from side to side. I don't have any Prodigy tunes. If anything comes to mind, keep asking. You might ask about something that I need to measure. These are all things that I have already measured. There's our picture again. This one even more intensely. Do not have any Allison chains. Keep asking. Here's my CD-based stuff. I haven't got ASIF bass if you want that. I got some Beasties. Want to see some Beasties? I was asked about rap earlier. No Pearl Jam either. Here's no Rage Against the Machine. Sadly. So here is a Beastie Boys track. Now, the reason this balance between peak energy and slow energy happens is because it closely tracks the sound of like think of it as loud, distressed animals at a distance. We evolved to be able to make sounds like this and to be alerted by sounds like this. Like, if you were in a forest and you heard an animal making the sounds like the beasties are making when they vocalize, you would know to run the heck away. That's why we're sound about everything. And the texture of the background is similar to the texture of heavy rainfall, a sound that we evolved to hear through. So there is a scientific basis behind all of this. Note that the beasties are able to produce really loud percussive peaks in this. The RMS thing, it is still hovering at around 12 dB down. But the hits, the drum hits, poke way up. And the reason sounds like those guitars sound good to us? Oh yeah, I have gravitated towards SSL style tool options. I'm not interested in mimicking the actual electronics of the device, but what the SSL had going on was the ability to boost mid-range in an analytical and surgical way. That's what's used here. You can dial in, using the SSL, for instance, the overtones on the voice that cause it to sound like screaming and intense and emotive. And you isolate those particular sounds, and this is what you get when you do. You isolate particular sounds that seem the most exciting, and you're dialing in on stuff like that. It's not just even like uniformly turn up treble or something like that. You see here that the treble is never too wildly overwhelming. Like I have about 12 mixes that I did that weren't very good, where it's way brighter than this, but it's not as energetic as this. And now we're going to go back to our dates and checking out some of these things. Don't think I have any dance tracks from the 90s at all. I do think I have dance tracks from the 80s. And then some of this stuff is dance tracks from the 70s. I've already done several of these cheek tracks, and I can keep doing it. This was actually another hit. Also, some of the talking head stuff acts like dance tracks. You must understand that by instinct, I gathered to myself all of the stuff that I felt was ultimate sounds, and I've been trying to figure out why ever since. And this is how I go about doing it. So some of the dance tracks from the 90s have in fact impressed the heck out of me, but I wasn't really able to identify which records they were on, and they weren't always on records. Sometimes they were on CDs, and I went for a long time being really not interested in CDs because they are often fairly bad. Sometimes not. Like I've got, among my examples, I've got an Ace of Base CD and some of those Depeche Mode CDs where they were the first transfers to CD, and so they have not been remastered. And so what you get off of, in particular, Ace of Base is a really good example because they ended up being quite discredited by the fact that some of their members were kind of creepy, or had been kind of creepy. And so they got kind of canceled all the way back in those days and didn't really go anywhere. So they had this one ginormous head CD, which of course is the Sign, and that's from the Chiron studio, like Max Martin and those. and then kind of evaporated. And so you didn't wind up seeing lots of reissues of their stuff either. So the CD that I've got is literally just done. It's not loudinated at all. At all. There's just all the headroom ever. Entire songs are like 6 dB down. It's really kind of nuts. And so I've got some of that. Excuse me. I'm a little tireder than I would like to be, but that says maybe. Well, I mean, consider it like this. All of this is pre-Loudness War era. It stands to reason that there would have been CDs pre-Loudness War era too. The trouble with that is that people really didn't know very well how to make CDs sound any better back in the day. So they had very sketchy converters to play with, and they would tend to have stuff be really bright, really sort of boom and tinkle. And that doesn't work well on CD. It sounds like shattering glass on a CD. But they did have lots of dynamic range. That, at least, is not false at all. And, you know, it's never been that big of a problem capturing stuff and being able to present it through digital if you know what you're doing. That's the catch. If you know what you're doing. Like, if you really know what you're doing, you can put stuff through 16-bit 44.1 hertz and still have it be good. But you can't mess around. It breaks very easily. If stuff is too bright, if stuff is aliasing, if your dithering is no good, if you're over-processing because you think the digital is perfect and so you can do anything that you want and then make it to the CD, it'll fall apart really, really quickly. And it looks to me like this is going to end up at a CC meeting. This is a dance track. I've got Emerson, Lake and Palmer records, and I don't have them captured right now. I could go back through. I also have a feeling that they are among the people who do like to block a bunch of stuff, so that's a bit of a concern. In particular, I believe that their first album doesn't get to be on YouTube, although some of their stuff I think does. I feel like sometimes that might be the artist trying to protect their image by emphasizing certain albums and downplaying others. I just know that they are among the acts where you can't necessarily just upload any damn thing and react to it. But yeah, I do have albums by them. I don't have any of them recorded. And this is Chic going right to Keep Dancing. So it's very much a dance track. No question about that. It's just strictly a disco era dance track, and this is the distribution of that. I have a ginormous King Crimson record collection and have not captured it to disc. I have not captured it to the computer, in part because I know I can't react to any of it. I would have to content hide it. And because I also know that it ticks Robert Fripp off that people even try to do that. So it's been kind of a downer. I've been like, yeah, I love this stuff. Not even sure if I'm that thrilled with trying to record it at this stage. Yes. Give me a second. One of the first things I captured. So this one counted as CB for comfortable. Got another one snuck in there. Got to do all these eventually. But then one of literally the first one that I captured in this session. Check it out. We got some Bee Gees. Yeah, that also makes me kind of sad. By the way, that's an instrument. That's not noise. And there's that instrument with a drum. Oh. Can you hear it? This is normalized to 0. I'll have to be very quiet for you to be able to hear any of it. This is headroom.
What you mean?
This would be taken off of the Saturday Night Fever soundtrack. I have found the original record. Probably not there anymore. Oh yeah. Yeah, it is. Also note how dark it is. Not ultimately dark, but also note for those loud peaks that they are registering with the blue spots, meaning don't clip these off, these are good. Even when the peak is like 30 dB above the background sound. Here's our clap section. You remember the clap section as being the cool part, right? Well, look at what the peaks are doing. Look at how it's actively using the headroom, though. Like, see, we have peaks up here. This is clips. Those two are clips. It clips here. See, this is the power and muscle behind the music, is the amount of crest factor, the amount of peak energy that's dominating the track. Every snare hit, every kick drum hit, the drums are easily more than 6 dB in crest factor. Like here, it's just about 12 dB of drum hit. That is in part because they're studio. They are really dark. They are really damped. So you got almost nothing sustain-wise. No reverb. They don't ring out. And that's how we create this sound. There you are, Bee Gees. Oh, quick little gander if you want to see any of these things. Assuming you can read it. Ooh, Rolling Stones. I do have Rolling Stones. Don't know if I have that, but maybe I do. Let's find out. Yeah, I think that's an album I don't have. Here's my Rolling Stones. You want Rolling Stones? This would be pretty much all of it. Not all of it is great. Like I've got some of it that are not, some of it's not that hot. And we can scooch forward. Oh, here's some more. See, there is sadly a rather crackly version of Let It Bleed. That's a very good album. Okay, let's scoot up and do more of these while we're at it. Let's check out the Royal Scam album. See, the interesting thing about this album, it is after they had real struggles with the album Katie Lied, where they were very proud about not using individual microphone equalization and stuff, but then they got sabotaged by the fact that they tried to mix to DBX, and their DBX machine hung up. And then they were unable to get a good playback of their master, and then just kind of hacked it. And if you listen to it critically, the album Katie Lied is all screwed up. It is really quite terrible in a characteristically DBX way. So by the time they got here, they were being confronted by stuff like reggae, like Haitians of versions of reggae, and reggae and dub. So they had heard some of the wilder, like Lee Scratch Perry and so on. They heard people going bonkers within the studio and obviously went, hang on a second, we're the kings of the studio. We should be able to do this better than anybody. Bring on the EQs. Let's make everything go crazy. And they did. And that's what the Royal Scam is as an album. It's an album where they got really ambitious with doing whatever the heck they wanted in the studio to make the sounds. It's just before Asia, but this is the one where they really step out and get creative in an engineering way.
Some things will.
So you got these like extreme hi-hats, you've got these wild drum mixes, it's an extremely wide-ranging sound. And then you've still got the ability to do the sonority that gets you the hit record sound. And they're, of course, they've also been the Headroom guys the entire time. They're very into making that amount of space in the sound. So they're not likely to go for high, like, letter ratings. Because the highest of letter ratings are for aggressive, demanding music. Exhausting in a way that Steely Dan never really want to do. But they get the last laugh because when you don't target the super exhausting stuff, like I played a bunch of Beatles and so on, Nirvana, stuff like that, where it's just like, yeah, let's beat everybody into the wall. You don't hit the mainstream that way. But what Steely Dan are looking to hear is actually very conducive to hitting the mainstream. And they did. Even with the strangest music you can imagine. Because the Steely Dan music really is the strangest music. Harmonically, certainly. I've got quite a bit of Steely Dan to go through too. So that'll be kind of fun. This album in particular, I would really love to, you know what I would really like to have is dub plates. If I had some UK dub plates from when that was a big deal, I think it almost wouldn't matter what it was, because the thing is, it's all going to be essentially electronic music. It's machine music. But UK dub plates were a manufacturing line, man. They just all went through the same system, and the system was set up to not break no matter what was thrown at it, and it's going to be a very distinct envelope that I absolutely could mimic. So if anybody out there, I know there's only 5 people in the audience, but anybody watching this later, if anybody can get me UK dub plates, I'd be very excited. I would absolutely make plugins for that purpose. Don't have any Portishead. I am more into oh god, I know the name of it. Massive Attack. In particular, Mezzanine. I adore the album Mezzanine, but I don't have any Portishead. And I don't think I've captured Mezzanine to the computer. Not that I couldn't, it would be fairly easy to do. So CC for these guys, which sounds exactly right. Dead center. Ooh, let's check out Hey 19. See, this is an early Wendell track. This is like drum machine just about before there was any such thing as a drum machine. I don't have any Giacchino. So it's almost like this is Lindrum before there was such a thing as a Lindrum. It's the same kind of thing, really. That would also imply that this is like an 8-bit drum machine. 8 or 12-bit drum machine. It's going to be really primitive, whatever it is. I am also a little surprised that I'm not seeing the drums showing up with more regularity, because that would kind of be the point to doing this. I'm hearing it with the regularity, but I'm not seeing it with the regularity.
That's real.
One of the things to bear in mind about stuff like that, and this also relates to like my Zoxbox, the 303 clone. Those early instances of drum machines were more electric than electronic. You could be firing off samples, but you weren't firing off samples through a computer and through a DAC. You were firing off samples by sending an electronic pulse to a thing that would then trigger the playing of the sample. As if you had lots of multiple little samplers, and your electronic pulse is kind of like what you'd get off of a Zoxbox, where it is a simple electric circuit making little spikes. As such, it's not subject to a sampling rate. And that's kind of important. It means that irregularities of it don't break down to aliasing so much as they break down to natural variations of a capacitor as it discharges electricity, which may be a that's one of the things that I want to talk about regarding making the rap/hip-hop style console version. It's like, what do I include in there? It's not necessarily exactly the same as like your SSL EQs and stuff. I know I'd include DRES 3, but what kind of thing makes sense as far as manipulating inter-track timing? Understanding that I wouldn't have the option of doing clever things with latency. I prefer not to declare latency because I like being able to track into a system. So the question becomes, could I do like a delay thing? For instance, a delay thing based on the finest granularity of delays in, say, the SB1200. so that you'd be able to make stuff quantized but also nudge it relative to other tracks. Because that's kind of where that went. When we're finished with this, I'm going to go and use the facilities, breathe and stretch a little bit. I also think I might grab like a slice of cheese or something. Try to get energy without having more coffee, because it's too late in the day for me to have more coffee. And I'm sure I can continue to do this. I would, however, like to keep reacting and responding to people on stream, or anybody who has questions or would like to request particular tracks to see in Meter. And there we are. This one counted as DB, Deep Vibe. I can easily believe that. Do not have Osric tentacles, no. Let's throw a recent mix on. Now that's asymmetrical as heck. Asymmetrical Zoxboxen for the win. So that's all good fun. No. No Game Boy Z, not possible. Let's get this rolling. And I'll be back in a bit. Ooh, I don't have that, although I do have some Genesis, but I haven't busted it all down. Like here. Here's record captures that I have yet to edit down to individual tracks. Some of it, like the Sting one, I doubt I can use. So I've got some Genesis waiting to be edited down. Quite a bit of it, in fact. Just about all of it, in fact. There's Foxtrot, Nursery Crime, Selling You by the Pound, The Lamb, Trespass, and Trick of the Tail. All of those are waiting for me to do. And then here, what if anything? No. I've got some 80s Genesis, but I don't think I've actually, none of it's waiting for me to do. Yeah. Let me see whether I've got Genesis that could be shown even if I haven't edited it down. Yep. So I've got earlier Genesis here that I could show you. And it's the original. It's not the remix, it's the original. So I've got that. Got a bunch of Peter Gabriel. And then I've got even more Genesis tucked up here somewhere because I did that later. Yeah. So it looks like I have got a couple of things from Duke, and I have got a couple of things from Wind and Wuthering. So let me know whether that'll work for you. And I'm going to turn you over to this track, and I'll be back in a bit. Yeah, don't have the Billy Idol, sorry. Right, I'm back. Weird little song this is. Very nice. And so now we shall continue with the editing. Unless anybody has requests for stuff, or indeed requests for stuff among here that I should be editing first. Because I got to make my way through all of this, but it doesn't have to be in any particular order. I can do whichever one I want first. So let's just jump in. With the traffic track. How can you step up your panning? That's an interesting question. Yeah, probably don't mean dynamically panning. One possibility is simply to do stuff in mono. You can step up your panning skills by balancing stuff without panning. Another thing that works fairly well for people sometimes is LCR. Doesn't always sit well with everybody though. It depends. And it depends upon your target. Like panning skills would also incorporate things like if you're making a house track, you simply can't put fundamental rhythmic elements other than in the center. Because you need the whole PA system to bounce around for you. Those are some of the direct things that you need to know about. This is off of the Traffic album, Low Spark of High-Heeled Boys. And I've got several Traffic albums ready to work my way through. The amount of headroom in Traffic of this period is enormous. Yeah, changing pretty much anything in your tracks ought to be changing the menu. It doesn't really care very much what your stereo panning is. It's just doing each channel independently. I basically got 2 spots per vertical slot. Like if you've got something consistently panned off on the side, any peaks it generates will be a consistent double peak there. As long as there's nothing to interfere with it. Graphic has a tendency of producing the yes-like high amplitude clean sound, where they've got a bunch of quote-unquote clean instruments, keyboards, organs, guitars that are definitely not high gain, definitely not fuzzbox. But they've got the amps turned up so loud that it softens the sound and adds that little bit of rip, that little bit of distortion that you don't get in modern approaches. Which is something that I've been working on for many years, obviously. Discontinuity and stuff. A lot of stuff culminating in discontinuity. So yeah, in order to do this type of sound, it would involve, if you were in Console X, doing things not so much around the parametric EQs, because the parametric EQs will take you in an SSL-like direction, or indeed use of parametric, which is now available, will take you in a more of an SSL-y 80s-like direction, most likely. You can do it more subtly. A lot of the 80s stuff was gratuitously, like let's try one of those now. Rock and roll stew, CC for comfortable. Boop, away it goes. Yeah, like 80s. I mentioned 80s. This is super 80s. So you can totally do this all day long, but it's still going to come across as super 80s. It's just very hyped at those narrow little parametric boosts that the SSLs give you. That whole, mixing as a sculptural tool, where you get to do really radical things. It's the early console versions that I did were very much about taking away the ability to do that stuff, which is, a thing. One of the things I've been thinking about is how can I use the control surface I'm looking to get for synths.
I don't know what.
Surely there must be a good way to take your joysticks and map them to some horrible synth, making awesome things happen. Oh, eco-friendly as it ended up in the recycle bin. Fair. Relatable. Here we have our George Michael again. It always really, it controls a band or musical project when you've got one element of it. Hall & Oates is similarly. You got one element of it that starts to light up like this. That's the part that people are going to want to take and make into a solo act. And you've got a guy who can sing and cause this to happen. It's like a yoink. Hi, you want a solo career? Just the way of the world, really. I'm not sure if Trash 2 does anything that I don't already do. There's probably room for me to... I'm given to also understand that Trash 2 is like not as good as the original Trash because it stripped some things out that people liked. I'm not absolutely certain of that, but I remember hearing, like, it was probably KVR or something talking about that. You know, go figure. While I'm talking about it, oh, absolutely, I'm more than happy to. I'll just finish this up and I'll be right on it. Although I've got about a minute of this left. Give me a second, I'm going to go and check my mail. That's hilarious. I think we have wind over outside that has blown over a set of traffic cones. There's road work going on at the moment, and yeah, wind has blown over a set of traffic cones. It's hysterical. Yeah, you'll probably enjoy the Police, Roxanne. That early Police albums, this meter is very revealing about them. Like, they do as well as this. They do real well. And this is now done, so very good. BB. That is about as mega hit as you can get. Center of B tier like that. Now let's see. Date modified. Go into one of my police recording binges. Here we go. Let's find Roxanne. One of the first ones. There we go. Note how good Stewart's drums are. Being able to have a really satisfying drum hit is valuable. It's one thing to be able to just, oh, there's a peak up there. But when it's just like awesome every time, that's the best. Stuart Copeland's drums are consistently awesome. You know, part of this is done through volume. It's like, you know, I'm a 6-foot guy. Stuart Copeland is also a tall guy. He's tall and rangy. He can wail with the sticks in a way that really clobbers the heck out of the drums. That causes the drums to bark in a characteristic way. And we see it in how the picks are handled. Because if you have any given tone, also we can all that red stuff, that's going to be hi-hat. And it's balanced beautifully. But yeah, if you hit a drum at a certain volume and then you're able to make it really bark like crazy and it goes super loud, it will naturally converge on that blue spot tone of high peak energy, and a balancing amount of slew. And that's definitely a Stuart Copeland thing going on, is that he's very capable of doing that. It was also a John Bonham thing. John Bonham was able to make the... My ambition is to be able to make drums bark like that, but also make the kick drum bark like that. Yeah. This is definitely going to be live in the studio stuff. They weren't always like Ghost in the Machine, definitely all overdubbed. There's video of it being done. But this early stuff, the easiest way of doing it at this time, and it's still one of the easier ways of doing it, like Steely Dan, they would go to the studio like that, and they would get an entire amazing band together just in order to get drum tracks down that were really lively and did exactly what they wanted. And then they would go in and overdub everything else. But they would start with the band to support the drummer and help the drummer deliver the final take. And then they'd go and fix all the other bits. So yeah, live performing and stuff is very helpful. There's an interesting example of stuff like that, which I can probably find here. Probably. Maybe I can. Maybe I can't. I guess we'll find out. Well, probably sooner than this. What am I looking for? I'm looking for when I was recording U2. There's a particular track. And it ain't there. That's UK, not U2. There's a period. There it is. There it is. There it is. There it is. So here is a extremely famous track, a lead single off of the Joshua Tree album. And you mentioned recording stuff live in the studio. Like, this is one where they overdubbed stuff on this for ages. But the reason it took them so damn long to do that is because they had tracks that were laid down that had this particular energy, and they were trying to overdub stuff onto it and have it fit. But it was not like... You'd be in situations where, like, okay, and the beat accelerates at this point, and it's awesome, so you have to be able to accelerate with it, go. Overdub. And it was just an enormous pain in the butt. This is the one where Brian Eno wanted to erase the whole tape because he figured it would be easier if he just started from scratch and did it right the first time. And it's thank goodness he didn't, because as it gets rolling, you get a sense of what it is. Although we're not, if I'm lucky, I can do a react video on this one and tell the story of it or whatever else I need to tell about it. And the copyright holder will let it be played, either taking all the revenue or splitting it. They are also able to block it, and I don't know whether they will or not. I have not tried yet. But that's the story behind this one. Is there is a peculiar energy behind either like playing in the room with other people or playing with something that you know is not perfect. That you know you're going to have to chase the track. That's kind of one of the things I've been thinking about in the event of me finishing all of this work that I do and getting back to recording new music again, which I'm sure is going to happen if I survive, and I'm most likely to survive. My idea is it feels like what I should really be doing is just, I don't know, grabbing a guitar and laying down a track. No preparation, no figuring it out. Just knowing the basic thing that I want to do and doing that thing of like recording a series of tracks just into the DAW, but no reference, no guide track. Just do it. Try to do it with enthusiasm and then start overdubbing stuff over it and trying to keep it holding together. Because that's what this is. This is stuff laid down on tape, and the DAW plays the role of the tape in my case. And then so many things getting overdubbed onto it, where they are trying to hold it together, and the energy is palpable. You really get a sense of, I don't know, the humanity and intensity of it all. When it's not that easy to get the movement, where your attention has to be on point. And you have to catch you catch a moment where it's like, oh, and it wobbled and then it came back and it did this and it did that. And if all of your overdubs are able to do the same thing, then it's very exciting to listen. But if it throws you, then you fail. And if you've got just a couple of things, and some of them go wrong, it's not that good enough. Instead, it's like you have an orchestra all struggling to energetically pursue whatever it is that they're doing. I've never tracked through this and studied it closely to try to hear what bits were causing the problems, because it should be possible to do. Like, it should be possible to go into this track, to listen to it and go, oh, yep, that started going early. Or this part wavered here, and then they all had to chase it without sounding like they were screwing it up. And the end result is it gets up to this bit where the maximum intensity builds it up to this. Quite a thing, quite a thing. Like that track. I have already measured wants to get funked up. Let's relax with a little more Steely Dan. Babylon Sisters. So this is an interesting example of that. And I wonder whether this might be another angle into doing that kind of thing. Like, if you know you're going to be editing stuff, if you know you're going to be taking chunks of things and looping them around and constructing something to build upon, is there a reason that you shouldn't go and sit on the drum kit and nail down a drum track before doing anything else? Should the drums come first? Because the thing is, this track is Bernard Purdie. And I've got some Hall & Oates that is also Bernard Purdie. And the thing about Purdie, apart from the famous shuffle, is that the amount of confidence he has in laying down a rhythm is contagious. For live drums, hell yeah, it's always good to have the transients super loud. It depends upon what you're trying to do. Like, if you're trying to do When the Levee Breaks, you don't get to have the transients be a lot higher. If you're trying to do the Eagles, yeah, the transients are going to be way, way higher. Or, I don't know, Men at Work, 80s sounding stuff, the transients will typically be a lot hotter. Also depends upon how you record it, how close the mics are and stuff.
So fine.
But the thing with Purdy here, this is a guy that can just sit down and start playing without anything else happening with this propulsive rhythm. And a lot of that is confidence. But there's also a factor of like you can convey whatever intention you want doing that. Purdy is able to be extraordinarily stable, but that's not the only way drums can be. You could have the drums feel like they're constantly rushing, have them full of energy. Stuart Copeland's stuff tends to feel like it's full of energy and exploding out in every direction. To the point where there's live gigs where Andy Summers on video can be seen going, slow down, because Stuart was getting all excited and stuff. And these are all possible things. So it's a fair question. Like one of the things, a thing that I struggle with sometimes is I have a tendency of wanting to find like the one correct answer, and it's never one correct answer. It's all very contextual, and it's hard to remember that. It's hard to remember that when your brain just wants to refine down to the perfect possible solution to the problem. And it's like, yeah, well, that's not necessarily a thing. There could be many paths to the same mountain. You never can tell. Now, another observation on the Steely Dan that we're currently measuring for the first time. Unlike a bunch of this other stuff, some of this stuff is fresh. Some of this stuff I haven't measured this way before. This is headroom defined. We've got like a solid 3 dB, if not more, that's just hanging out, not being used for anything. If I was doing this, I would have this be a good 3 dB louder. Drum says the last thing. Yep. See, it could be any kind of thing. You never can tell. I've had some fun just doing my electronic explorations. I wonder sometimes whether I would like, one of the things that I've been eyeing lately, and probably shouldn't be, is you seen that new Moog thing that they've got? Labyrinth? I see that and go, oh, I would like one of those. I'd like to throw that into my Eurorack stuff and then start inventing more music around it because of some of the things that it can do. Some of those sounds that it makes seem really great, really appealing. And I would like to improvise in my technical way around it. But then this is the same person that's saying, oh, I'd like to take a guitar and just record and then overdub everything. And a Moog Labyrinth has nothing to do with that other thing. Unless I wanted to, of course. Could always sort of do both. Or combine them in whatever way. The thing about the real human input that I find so compelling, we fuss around so much trying to fix the problems and fine-tune everything and set stuff up right in the first place. Real human input music can be so quick and direct and satisfying to make. You stop vacillating and you sit down and frickin' play something. Or you overdub something, and it doesn't have to be like butt rock. Does not have to be. Like here, let me finish with this. dB. This counts as dB. All the Steely Dan from Gaucho is going to be D tier because it's that chilled out. Let's fire up the Talking Heads track, I Get Wild, Wild Gravity, because it will illustrate my take. Like, there is no reason that you can't, like, play a guitar or something and then, like, take the X key and plug it into Surge XT and figure out some weird percussive noise on it and then play that into the track. Don't synthesize it. Use some discipline so you're not just shredding a lead solo. Come up with something basic to do that contributes. Set up your little sound. Play it into the track and move on, then do something else. Oh, plugin that introduces a comfort. That would be the one based on the sort of ZZ Top Hombre. Hombre is the one. No reason it wouldn't still work. Cojones is a separate one. Hombre. Yeah, unknown. You will notice that I do, or apparently you have noticed that I canceled the grid while editing. And that is genuinely, that is because when I'm using a machine, it's this machine. I record off of the modular synth. The modular synth is not sending timecode into the computer. So I have a machine-made beat, but the machine-made beat is a modular synth beat. And nothing that the DAW has inside it is even close to that, so they might as well turn the grid off because it means nothing. And that's how that stuff works. So I've been doing that for some time. What I have not done, and totally could, in fact, you wouldn't have to use Surge XT. I could just as easily run that or a trigger of some kind. Like, it wouldn't be that hard to, like, do a drum trigger and route that into the modular synth to do my overdub on something that maybe started out as a guitar track. And then you go, oh, and now I want this weird, like, sine wave oscillators modulating each other in a loop. I want that chaos noise, but I want that chaos noise in this track, but there is no sync. So what I would do is come up with some kind of way to feed in either a trigger or a note, ideally something pretty direct, and then just hit record, get the sound the way I wanted to do it, and play it in. That's what I should be doing, and it would be quicker. It'd be a little stressful, but it would be over very quickly. And doing that would be quicker as long as I had that, like, Bernard Purdie style confidence of, this is going to be fine. We'll make it work. I'll chase the groove of whatever it is that I'm playing along to, and we're going to make this thing work, and it'll be awesome. Because that's really where that comes from. And that this album that I am currently, like, speaking in tongues, that's what this is. That's how this was made. That is how this album was made. Let me put another track by them on as I continue to make that point for the next 20 minutes before I defrost some food and get ready to have my delicious tacos, because I'm down for my tacos today. DA, Deep Vibe. In fact, I think they started with this album. I was asked for Remain in Light by somebody who might not even still be here. But we do still have those to work through, so we'll do them now. This would be one of the first Talking Heads albums where their workflow was go into the studio, start jamming on little grooves where everybody makes up a part, and you play together, you record it down, and then David Byrne figures out something to sing over it. That's how this was done. perhaps also adding things like solos or whatever, but the bulk of this song is a discipline of going, okay, think of something, play this, okay, you play that, okay, you play that. We've got like a 1-bar loop, an 8-note loop. Sounds like a techno track or something like that. Okay, just keep playing that. Let's play that for like 9 minutes. You'll notice that they fade out. That would be why. They're fading out because they're just locking into this groove and they go until they can't go anymore. And once they're done laying it out, it's time to overdub stuff, and that's how this stuff was made. Now, if you're doing that in your DAW, it would be more a matter of lay down an initial track for as long as you can, or lay it down for however many bars you can, and then go into the DAW and start splicing it and editing it until it is a continuing thing. Overdub something on top of that. Your first track, maybe you can only get a couple of bars, but then if you loop the bars, you're golden. That's how, if I remember correctly, that's how Walk This Way was made. If I remember correctly, Walk This Way is a loop. And then you overdub stuff onto the loop, and you go from there. And you overdub your guitar solos, and you figure out where singing or whatever can go. This whole album, and Speaking in Tongues, has a real tendency to have different sections overlaid on the same basic groove, and that's why. It was done using that discipline. Another reason I'm very excited to have my tacos is because it'll be late enough in the day that I can turn on all of my fans again. Yeah, another one bites the dust. There you go. So that's totally a thing that you can do. And it doesn't even necessarily have to be the greatest performance in the world, as long as it does a thing that you want and you can make it repeat steadily. And that's it. That's it. But like starting out with confidence is a good start. It seems like that's totally a thing that should be doable. And then it's a question of, because it brings you into an entirely different compositional mode. And that's a challenge in its own right. Like a big breakthrough that I hit, which I am looking forward to being able to do more with in future when I get to do more with any of this, was being able to write vocals by not writing the vocals. Everything that I've done over the last couple of years basically worked by doing sections of songs, jams and stuff, and then taking a guitar, sticking within like reasonably close to my vocal range, and playing melodies one note at a time, including like building harmonies in there, playing melodies that were singable notes that were like a cool riff that I thought up. Every single one came out like that. And all of a sudden it was like, I just wrote a 3-part harmony. Where'd that come from? Well, it came out of my fingers. It came because I played guitar before. I'm not a comfortable vocalist, but I've played guitar before and I know what those notes are. And it led to some interesting things, which I'm still waiting to see where they go. One particular note, when it may or may not, I'm not sure how this is going to work out. There's some stuff that I did, like I'm thinking of For Never, my track For Never. I think I still have the guitar guide tracks. So what happened was I played guitar and did this sort of vivid 3-part harmony thing going on for the verses of that song. And then I had to do the vocals. And that was a bit of a problem. Vocals, not the easiest thing. And what ended up happening was I sang the vocals in matching the guitars to the best of my ability. I sensed that I was struggling with the vocals, and so the first thing that I did to deal with it is go into Retune and then use Reaper's Autotune technology to fix the notes. And I ended up with something that was basically good, but the weird harmonies turned into weirder harmonies, where rather than vibing like the guitar notes had, they vibed like something even darker and stranger. And I think that has to do with intonation. I think what ended up happening was I was playing guitar notes and I managed to hit like just intonation on some of those things. And then when I was trying to fix my vocal struggling to hit those notes, it didn't make it. When you actually sing with other people, your voice kind of naturally adapts to them. And you can't do that when you're just multi-tracking in a DAW. But the thing that I've been working on a couple of weeks ago, I guess it was now, busting all the vocal tracks into individual clips. Ooh, by the way, I was talking earlier about how sometimes you have a low frequency thump because your kick drum has a resonance to it. And we're seeing some of that here. We're seeing the low frequency resonance of the kick poking out a little bit more at a set frequency. So it just makes you wonder. And the first order of business, which is itself an assumption. It's like I don't actually have to do any of these things. I could throw all of the stuff that I did away and start over. That's probably as good and as bad as continually returning to all of the stuff that you did and fussing over it and trying to fix it forever. Neither of those things seem completely optimal. But yeah, blue backends, that's kind of exactly what I'm talking about. That's kind of exactly what I'm thinking of. The thing that gets it weirder for me, but also kind of promising, is that I am deeply inspired. Like all the stuff I've done in the last couple of years has in one way or other been drawing on this, with that yes style concept of going, oh hey, have I got a riff? Well, rather than do it for 8 minutes and then be like, I am the Talking Heads, let's overdub some vocals on this and we're good. I am drawn to the yes style thing of going, okay, let's come up with a completely different part and let's add that in and let's orchestrate that and then let's edit them together so that it changes from part A to part B to part C to part A to part D and just does wild unexpected stuff because I grew up on prog rock. So because I grew up on prog rock, I'm drawn to just try doing cool juxtapositions. That was the whole, like, within arm's reach, I still have those arrangement cards that I made. And I am still kind of in line to make those into a actually printable set of things where I can make a copy for myself and then eventually figure out whether other people want it. But the whole purpose of that is the idea of being able to think of or be given hints towards a bunch of different concepts and attempt to do them and then juxtapose them. Because a lot of music these days seems to just sit doing the same thing. I'm not that much of a fan of the music just sits doing the same thing, which is ironically what the Talking Heads do, and I love this album. So that's a little weird, but it's DC. Here we go. But I feel like there are cool things available. Like let's look at a completely opposite approach. Steely Dan. Now, what Steely Dan would do in that kind of situation is they absolutely would not just sit in one thing, except for the Fez kind of sits in one thing. But Steely Dan have a tendency of like writing all of their stuff in advance and then making people play it, which is not really what I'm talking about. But like even in this track, this is an example of we're doing this one thing and then we're changing up a key to do this. And then let's drop down a couple of notes and do the guitar solo. And then here's a bridge. And then we do that. And it's all very worked out in advance. But you don't have to work it out in advance. If you can just get it down onto tape or get it down onto the DAW and then play around with it in the arrange window until it has been clumped together into something that works. And you can edit that stuff, or you can arrange it into a lump and then overdub continuous tracks over that if you want it to flow very naturally. The thing that I really want more than that is whether it flows naturally or whether it juxtaposes very harshly. I would like a continuing envelope of reverb and delay and stuff to be wrapped around whatever the heck it is that I produce, because that will just sort of highlight either the continuity or the incongruity of what's made to happen. And that should be helped a little bit by the ability to make like different vocal parts, go to different reverbs and different things, and then edit down the full tracks until if you wanted you could throw like half a second of one bridge in a bizarre place and it would just sort of go boop in there and then be gone. I mean, yes did that on Close to the Edge. Close to the Edge starts right off with and it just snaps into this vocal chord, and then the next thing you know it's off and running again in the same difficult to follow way. It's the nicest little incongruity ever. And I just love that sort of thing. And although they were able to play that in concert, I am convinced that the first way it showed up was very much tape editing. I am absolutely certain, because the way it snaps into that and then back out, that's got to be Eddie Offord getting clever with it. Because when they do it live, it's not as jarring. When they do it live, it kind of flows. But on the record, it's kind of jarring. It's really rather disruptive. And to me, that's just a neat angle. It's such a weird, neat trick to pull. The concepts of this kind of thing are always interesting. Like, I wonder, have I edited Asia together? I will go and find out. I think I've got Asia still to do, although possibly I have already done it. If so, that's fine. This was a CD in rating. Oh, sure enough. Here's some more Steely Dan that needs doing. This is the one I was thinking of. We're talking about having it be absurd as to how tight it is. This is an interesting side example. On this song, absolutely, it's incredibly tight. But as well executed as it all is, and it's a rather strange little ditty, honestly, when it came time for the guitar solo, things got weird. They had multiple people, I think possibly including Walter Becker himself, try to do a solo over it. And what the people would do was go, okay, I feel the rhythm going, and then all of the guitar players that were asked to play over this would be like, and it would be terrible. Steely Dan hated everybody. And so they got Jay Graydon, Wawa Graydon in. And Wawa Graydon took a slide and started sloppily playing across the track rather than in it. Shows right up, coming right up. But you got this like, and then Jay Graydon takes the slide guitar and goes, he ends up playing notes, but yeah, here he comes. Here's our bridge. Yeah, with a bit of luck, I can play more of it on a timeless. You let it sit for a bit, and then he comes in. See that slide guitar? That's not locked real tight to the groove. It's not trying to also do the groove. And even the bit in the end, where he's doing his thing, and he's like, he's throwing these notes, but even those are kind of weirdly across the groove rather than trying to sit within the groove like all the other guitar solos tried to do. It's really just extraordinary. It's like taking a butter knife and spreading guitar solo over this spiky black toast. Different solution for listening to this. This is basically just me running these songs through so that I can write down the score that they get. That's the real purpose here. When it comes to actually being able to hear the song, that's when I need to start putting out more of Timeless, because when I put out Timeless videos, I get to upload the whole thing and then wait to see what the copyright holder will do. I can't do that live. If I play something live and I don't know what the copyright holder will do, and the answer is, I strike you with 27 copyright strikes, then I'd be real sad. So I have to do the timeless ones the way that I'm doing in order to upload the whole thing and then wait to see what the reaction's going to be, because that tells me what I'm able to do with it. So dB for deep vibe. It is time for me to go and defrost food. And that is something that I will do. And here is a classic traffic track that'll take up about 11 minutes of a final hour of the stream. And we'll just sort of let it build. I'll be right back, probably very quickly.
See something up about waiting. From the side, it'll happen once. And nothing high.
Okay. That ought to do. So about 58 minutes to tacos.
Your face beyond
Meanwhile, check out the meter reading
you.
on traffic. One thing that's interesting about traffic is the range of sounds they produce. It's almost Fleetwood Mac-like in the sense of how much variation exists within each. Like, I can do that on guitar fairly well. I like the general concept. But you've got Jim Capaldi playing intensely grooving drums, but the amount of range that can be produced out of what he's doing is extraordinary. It's the farthest thing imaginable from like a sample. He is the ultimate anti-drum machine. Because it's constantly making these little rhythmic statements and constantly making these trying to think of what to even call it. I mean, it sounds like it's very steady, but there's always this variation being thrown in all the time. And the dynamic variation is also quite striking. Like you see on the waveform at the bottom of the screen, which I can move right up over here. Like the weird stuff that pokes out here is probably individual drum hits. Anything that's sticking out in a weird way is almost certainly an individual drum hit that was completely unlike all the other ones. And it's a combination of the playing, it's a combination of having the kit set up in such a way that it reinforces choices like that. And just in general, you know, there's a lot. You know, one of the things I feel like I really need to do is get into Search XT again and start doing things like making a thing work that acts like a Rhodes or acts like an electric piano. I do have references. Some of the Steely Dan does a really good job of like individual electric piano chords that are just like clink. And it's not the simplest thing to get a soft synth to spit out sonority like that. But I've already tried with the Mellotron and did a different thing, which was cool. So I wouldn't mind trying to do a electric piano different thing that was cool. Because it's not about exactly trying to mimic any particular thing, but trying to make something do that same basic job. That's the part that gets interesting. Is can you make a synthesis? Can you invent something that does the basic job of this noise that's made by an entirely other thing? And that goes for things like drums as well. Almost especially. Depending upon how the timing of the thing works, or even aside from the timing of how the thing works. there's no good reason why you can't do some kind of thing and then go, here I am inventing a kick drum like noise, and then using one of the keys of the X key, or maybe multiple keys of the X key, and it's just scaled differently, and improvising something that's cool, that functions in the way that it would if you had a drum kit and were playing it. But you'd be putting it in note by note. And in so doing, you wouldn't be alone, because one of the interesting things about the ZZ Top album Eliminator is that is a record where Terry Manning and Billy Gibbons and stuff fairly obviously went really granular and just came up with ways of making sounds that were like drums, and then playing them in one instrument at a time to produce a intensely electronic music-like effect, to present this powerful dance music-like effect where all of the individual elements were perfectly nailing the desired groove in this very repetitive way. Because if you're disciplined about it, you can do that repetitive thing of like, okay, here I am just only playing the hi-hat, and I'm going to keep it focused exactly the way it has to be until the song is done. Or here I am only playing the kick drum. I'm going to sit it exactly where it has to be relative to this bass until the song is done. And you do that rather than trying to be a human being doing all those things at once, which is very cool, but wouldn't necessarily mean that you nail it. Instead, you do the individual bits that perfectly nail whatever that intention is. By the way, this is clearly another one of those tracks where, there's headroom. Headroom means that if you want to, you can absolutely go bonkers with large-scale dynamic stuff. But it's also something of a commitment. Like, I would not be terribly likely to go into making stuff with headroom this way. Not as an initial intent. There are times when I've done stuff, in fact, quite recently, that Rubber Thorn track that I did does this, but I didn't intend it to be that way. I more or less had stuff running at full volume the whole time, and then ended up being able to make it work better by editing stuff out periodically. But this is definitely meant to ebb and flow in this large-scale dynamic way. Back at this time, that was a very cool thing. Back at this time, it was not easy to make a vinyl record do that, unless you were like an orchestral music thing. And that is indeed what a bunch of rock musicians wanted to be able to do. Oven has warmed up. If you heard the beep, 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 that's what that meant. Wish me luck for having dinner and then not foolishly opening the oven to cool off but forgetting to turn it off. I did that once and it was horrifying. It wasn't dangerous, but it was a hot day, and boy did it get hotter real quick. Felt like a complete fool. Sometimes I'm a complete fool. Happens. I try to balance it up by being reasonably clever some of the time. Oh, you don't say. Cubase can create a tempo track? Yeah, I'd rather just listen. I think you'd have a very striking and different result that could be advantageous if you choose to just play stuff in. Now that's a honk. That is a Hammond organ sound, believe it or not. And that brings us to the conclusion of Los Barca High-Heeled Boys. And would you look at that? Look, it's yet another case where the thing builds to a high point at the very end, only to gradually fade, or resist its fade, and then it goes. Well, you look at that. That never happens in hit records. Goodness no, he says ironically. You got a strange question? Ask your strange question. I might know the answer, and I might have no idea whatsoever. Let's see, CA. Let's play with some, actually not this, not right now. I'm curious about some of these XTC tracks that I have never looked at before. This is a favorite. I do not have any Aphex Twin, but I'd love to. Yeah, this is a marvelous execution. Mayra Simpleton. I don't have any reggaeton music. Good heavens, look at this. This is amazing. I am not surprised that I like it so much. Look at how this is doing. This is a Beatles-like distribution of people. That's gorgeous. No wonder I like it so much. Beautiful. Beautiful work. So the neat thing is how it's already doing that even before the song. Very neat. Okay, so this confirms why I wanted to do Console X, because I have known this whole time, long before I tried to do Console X, that this particular album is very SSL. It's very compressy. It's very like resonant sculptural filters changing things. Simon, depends upon what your target is. Sometimes I would like to make the line go as aggressively high as it possibly can. Sometimes I'd like to be like, yes, let's do the Tomorrow Never Knows. Let's do Taxman. Let's blow the top off the meter. It'd be very exciting. Sometimes I would like it to go in a comfortable zone or to sort of steadily rise. Depends upon the intention of the song, really. Thing is, this song is meant to do exactly this, and I'm loving it. I've listened to it many times, so it doesn't really bother me that I'm only hearing it in snippets. But this is exactly what this song is for. It's just irresistibly building with energy and intention and just bursting forth all over the place, but without being exhausting about it. Oh, I'm sure it's too loud, yes. Absolutely. It's normalized. This is how loud this album is. You'll note that it's still like 20 dB down. It's still 20 dB LUFS. What you're hearing is peak energy. It's probably impossible to focus my voice over that, which is a good sign. If you were doing a hit song, oh, here we have an outro. Let's see if it rises even higher. I bet it's going to rise even higher. Oh God, yes. Loving it. Loving it. This is perfect. They've added sustaining things. They've made everything a little more dense. Okay, it's starting to flag. AE at the very last one. Lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. So when the line that rises or falls goes green, that is an indicator that it is aiming at a density that is commercially potential. Like the line going green means it's heading for something that will be commercially successful. This is the amount of density that people generally like. When the line goes blue, it's aiming for something more intense than that. So shifting back and forth between the two is actually a good sign. They relate to the density of the blue spots that are what all of this works off of, basically. So the line turning from black to green indicates it's heading for commercial potential, and turning to blue means it's heading for grabbing attention that you might not want to leave that way the whole time, or it will become so intense that it'll turn off people who are just like going shopping or whatever. Now I'm being asked technically, what does that mean technically? What it means is the distribution of the dots, specifically up here in this top one. Everything else is just a sort of interpretation of that. There's one density of the dots that implies the black line, a larger density of these dots, and a larger intensity of how big of a spot they are and so on, is what shifts it from black to the green line. And then as you go beyond that, like you see a little cluster right here and it's gone blue, and you see here it's just loaded with dots to the point where your brain explodes and it's too much, that's when it goes blue and takes off to the top of the thing. Because hanging out at the top of the thing is typically too much going on for mainstream popularity. Like the green zone is how you get your mainstream big hit kind of stuff. And I've observed and measured this kind of thing before, compared it with stuff like, let's see, let's label it as AE. I'm not surprised that this was more intense than Garden of Earthly Delights. Just right at the end. King for a Day is going to be mellower, I think. But then if we go to this, we see that the stuff rated an A tier here, which now includes the one that I've just done, and that's rather nice. We don't really run across red or orange dots here. In this case, red and orange dots is whether it's a top 100, top 25, or top 10 hit. That's what I'm using these labels for. So above this, no top 10 hits. Down here a little bit, we're down around AE. We're starting to see top 10 hits. We keep going, we start to see more. And we keep going more, B, C, and so on. And all of a sudden, here's an area where there's a whole bunch of top 10 hits. And top 25 hits. I've got so much in here that it's starting to distract from them a little bit. But if you took only the hits and you balance them against everything else, you would see that, like, here's some where I haven't actually labeled the chic track, but that probably was a high hit. Down in this C area is where we have a lot of stuff that just went top 10. And it'll keep going. You can have top 10 hits at a very mellow level, like this Bruce Springsteen track is a DF and it is a top 10 hit. But when you get too intense, it starts to shut off your ability to do that. I'm going to do a little more XTC while I'm at it. I'm curious. I am using Meter in production and leaving it constantly on a screen and keeping an eye on it all the time, and you have heard some of the stuff I've done doing that. Not constantly, but I absolutely have. So King for a Day is a much mellower song than the last two XTC songs off of this album that I did. It's bright, it's pretty, it's chimey. It's just not as dense with stuff happening as the previous one, especially as that one ended. I'm going to bet, and I've not looked at this one before, I'm going to bet that this makes it to maybe low B, or just hanging out at C. Since it's off of this album, I can believe that it would go for low B. I don't think it's going to go up to A. Ooh, I'm going to repeat that phrase, Simon. Mix with your ears. He says, looking at the meter. Mix with your ears, but also play with this, because your ears can lie. It's easy to get distracted. I've got that recording Rise LA right on the top of my screen where I was trying to do an example for Console LA, and I did a version of Rise that really doesn't show off the capabilities of Console LA very well because I made it too freaking bright. And like, oh well, that's what to be done about it now. But I thought I was doing great. I could have used mixing with my eyes a little bit more on that occasion because I thought it was awesome. It's nice to be able to have a reference. And yeah, as I predicted, we made it up to the bottom tier. Because nothing on this album really... Well, I should check Chalk Hills. As a rule, this album doesn't hang around being sparse. It's very sparkly and Beatlesy. So it's got a lot of compression. It's got a lot of... So I wonder whether that was the bridge or we're still... The song could make me, if not a liar, at least a not predictor correctly. I'd guessed it would stick with, it would be contended with hanging around in B tier. So if it makes it all the way to A tier, I will be rather surprised. I know how this song sounds. I don't think it tries to get that exciting at the end. And yeah, I think I called it. Neat. Let's do that some more. I'll predict what happens. See if I can, from knowing how it sounds, if I can predict what it's going to do on that level, that'll be a nice little ability to understand how all this works. So let's see, BC. We'll do more XTC. We'll just keep fussing with XTC. Poor skeleton steps out. So that's kind of no, unfortunately I don't know that. So poor skeleton steps out is percussive. It's got a kind of wild, giddy energy, meaning that there can be a lot of things happening at the same time. It sounds very Andy Partridgey. Doesn't sound as Colin Moulding. I think it's going to be another B tier. I don't think Poor Skeleton Steps Out is going to go to A tier. We're going to find out. I'll see whether I can keep my energy going for the last half hour. I do need my tacos. It's dinner time. I'm going to be looking forward to that. So the first thing I see is it's making all that percussion count. This thing is filling up the top 6 dB big time, even though the LUFS is super low. This is like quieter than 20 dB LUFS integrated. No question about that. I think. See, this is how you do that kind of transition. You notice that as it's starting up, we've got all these super hot peaks and they're nailing it. They're perfect. There's constantly stuff happening. Rather than have everything be quieter or everything be louder, what we want to do is have the same amount of awesomeness, but sometimes you have it be sparser and sometimes you have it be denser. And that would probably also apply to, because half of my brain is still trying to think about the idea for the rap/hip-hop console. I'm trying to think of what you would even want for that. Wondering whether maybe it's like, yeah, totally doing the X filter kind of thing, where you got a an aggressive high pass and an aggressive mid band and an aggressive low pass, and you can switch them around or run them into each other or whatever, where you can really fully do that goofy stuff that they would do with the Mackie 8 bus, where it would be just because you know what would be happening, and this is not strictly rap, although I'm pretty sure it could be. I'm thinking more jungle and D&B production. Because the deal with that, Mackie 8 bus was very popular, but it was a popular tool to abuse. And by that I mean you could take patches out of channels and run them into the input of other channels, stacking the channels the way that they did, the way that the Beatles did, recording the crazy high gain version of Birthday. And we're doing escalate into the very end, clearly. But I don't think we're anywhere near A tier. Called it. BD, fair. Call that. So the one after here is Merely a Man. So there's one where it's another call-in song. So it's poppier. And the singing on it goes like, I am merely a man that want nothing but love for you. You know it's true. This one could also be an A tier. It's going to be higher than BD. How much? I don't know. That's going to be my guess. And I know I'm skipping over another one. I don't care. I'm going to bounce away from XTC after this. It's going to be higher than BD. Maybe an A tier. Just from remembering it. Just from remembering how dense the ending of it gets. It almost reminds me a little bit of Garden of Earthly Delights as it gets intense. And part of that is going to be the sustain on everything, where there's just this energy surrounding you. There's your chorus, first instance of the chorus. I think I'm not wrong. So I'm not ruling out anything. I think we're going to beat my prediction like within the first minute. So the arrangement of this, I think what we're getting here is we've got the chorusy stuff going on and bridges and such, but I think they add more the next time they go. So that was yeah, it's loud compared to me talking. Sorry about that. See, there's a guitar. If you've got a guitar playing now on top of everything that was already happening, it's denser. And they can continue. Yeah. And we have indeed matched my prediction that it was going to be higher than B tier, but it's heading for A tier now. Yep. Got there. Already. So with this intention of the loud pop song, and it's got like a minute flow, this could also be another super high. Because what they'll be doing is as they go into more chorus, more bridges, they'll be adding more stuff. There's another harmony vocal in there. Before they had a guitar solo happening under it. That's how this is done. I'm just curious as to how far it'll go. It's matching anything else on the album now. And that was it. It was done. Okay, so AD. So it got up to AD and basically stayed there the entire time for the whole end. Neat. Neat. That is literally the most intense one that I've done yet off this album. AD, Mayor of Simpleton is AE, Garden of Earthly Delights is AF. Next thing we do is a Tangerine Dream song that's way quieter than that so that I can talk and people aren't too frustrated by the noise. Because I'm committed to working my way through all of these. But you don't have to necessarily suffer horribly for it. I will do my level best to make it be a little bit more amenable. So here is a Tangerine Dream track that's going to start out so quiet that you can't even hear it over me, and that'll be much less obnoxious. Also, all that high amplitude stuff is record wobble. Lathe rumble. Indeed. I can even show it. Lathe rumble. That's not on my end, that's on the recording lathe end. And there's a lot of it. Plenty of my records don't do this at all. But this one totally is. I figure vinyl record masterers have had struggles with this kind of stuff so bad, you really feel sorry for them. And I'm happy that they did all their work trying to rise above this sort of thing, because I enjoy the results immensely. But yeah, if your vinyl playback system can really play back 10 hertz super well, you've got troubles. I consider it important to be able to record that stuff perfectly in case there's a real bass on the record that does the same thing. I would rather hear the real bass than take it away and take away the lathe rumble. Man. Hey, Joseph. After close to an 8-hour day, it gets to the point of where I just want to lie down. But that's why I don't do this 2 days in a row. I do my long live stream things, reacting to people and doing what you tell me, Tuesdays and Thursdays, and I'll be back again Thursday. Perhaps not doing more of this, but we'll find something to do. Honestly, heading forwards into more stuff, I feel like getting back into the coding. I would love to do a little bit of research. There's this online place where I could probably take advantage of it. And it's one of those places that rents you gear. Like you upload files and they run it through various gear and then send it back. But one of the gear is like tape machines. I would really like to get a bit of a reference on some of that stuff. Because as I have said before, it's high time I updated 2Tape. 2Tape needs attention. It's been too long. It always depends, like what kind of reactions you get and how things work. And I'm always happy when somebody likes something that I did. I mean, there was this, there's this server for industry programmer people that I hang out on. And one of the people that was talking about what they like to do, and they were talking about how they did their limiting. And said, oh yeah, so the thing that really worked out for me was first 80 clip 7 or 80 clip 8 into Voxenko Wolfen. And I was like, oh, they found something useful that I did. These are very smart people, so it's nice to be able to do anything. So I turned around and I told them, like, yeah, this is how 80 clip works. If you want to do anything with that, knock yourself out or send it to licensed. And it was like, yeah, I'm just a dumb person, but I like how things sound. And they're like, no, that's actually a smart idea. And I'm like, oh. But yeah, the 80 clip thing, that's more along the lines of, on Reddit, some people brought it up. They're like, so don't you agree that I mean 2Tape. Somebody was making a thread all being like, don't you agree that 2Tape 6 is the best tape thing ever in the entire world? And some people were like, yeah, I think it's cool, or no, I don't think it's cool, or I want to do this, or I want to do that. And I showed up and I was like, oh man, I need to revisit that so bad. It's so old. I need to use some of the things that it has going on, but then I need to address some of that really big time. And part of that is going to have to involve finding a way of sending my audio clips, stuff like the stuff that I used to do the Bricasti reverbs, which are still they're still in progress. There's still stuff I can do there. But send the same reference clips into like the online place that puts it to tape, because I should be able to get a result out of that. And then it would be fairly straightforward to just start measuring the heck out of it and working out what have I got to do in order to make software act like this. Always assuming, of course, that it's real tape that they are using and it's not some kind of horrible trick. But yeah, funny thing is, I actually caught that. Oh, I'm not going to out him. There was a guy who he's one of those posters, the YouTubers, who has a lot of following because he's good at being a YouTuber. He's actually liked some of my stuff, but I caught him doing comparisons of tapes with a real tape machine, and he's showing pictures of it and stuff, and I thought it was his, and it turns out it's the pictures from this service. And so what he had done is he had sent his reference audio out to the service, and they ran it through a tape machine and sent it back. Well, if he can do that, so can I. And I feel like maybe even by next week, perhaps not this coming Thursday, but maybe even by next week, I should make that happen so that I can start digging into tape, and so that I can start getting it's been too long. It's been too long since I dug into that one. There should be more. I should be doing, when I was doing that, I hadn't even really done as much with my background filters. It's really quite old. The fundamental algorithms need to stay the same, but even if the fundamental algorithms stay the same, certain aspects of what I do there need help. In particular, my head bump is really good at loosening up the lows, but it tends to become a bit overwhelming. Sometimes I don't give people the option to turn it up or down, and I think I could probably do better than that. And it has a tendency of throwing DC offset if you're not careful, and that's troublesome. I'd rather not be stuck with that. Meanwhile, our Tangerine Dream track is winding its way to a close, much as my live stream is winding its way to a close. But if I look at the songs we've been through today, I've made a pretty decent dent in the giant pile of songs I have to edit. And then again, there's solid 20 more albums that I haven't even busted down into individual tracks yet. So I've got a lot of work still to do. But it's actually a pretty good pile of stuff, honestly. I actually managed to do a fairly decent job at getting through some of these. Because this is the stuff that I've got to study in order to learn how all this stuff works. And I think this is winding its way to a close. So DE, deep vibe. What do we got for the last 15 minutes? Chic. Let's do some more Chic. Let's do some more Chic. This is a really mellow track. It's so mellow I had to normalize it to -1. Good thing to end off with, or among the things that we can end off with, because we've still got 15 minutes. I'm not going to run over today. I'm real tired. This is a super chill ballad out of Cheek. I think we got all of our strings and things going on too. The thing about Chic doing a ballad is that you will have the bass player like shredding, basically, because he has such a mellow tone that it doesn't stop it being a ballad just because the bass player is shredding. Yeah. More Cheek. He can do snaps and pops, and Bernard Edwards also had a thing going on where I don't know if he used a pick. I can do it with a fingernail fairly effectively, but it's just like chunking with your finger, and you're playing both on the downstroke and the upstroke, and it's a good solid repetitive feel. Actually, I should take a moment and look into that. Bernard Edwards. Let's take a moment and see. Did he call it chunking? Did he call it chugging? Chucking. Chucking. It's all video lessons. Heck with you people. However, advertisements in my face. All videos. Everybody always using videos for this stuff. Annoying. Annoying. Well, you know what? We'll get to the end of that and then we'll watch the little video clip enough to see what he's doing. And he won't have been doing it here because it's an aggressive style, but should be doable. Also, if it's already a YouTube thing, we're probably not going to get kicked off the stream in the last 10 minutes of stream. And yeah, this is a fun way to use up that much space of headroom while keeping everything very, very chill and mellow all the time. And you look at the zero cross and see that it's a very pretty distribution. Nothing's ever particularly bright. It's all just this warm bed of music that's very evenly balanced. Ooh, nice little tom-tom thing in there, I guess. And when we finish through with this track and find out what its rating is, we will take a little moment and just enjoy the wonderfulness of Bernard Edwards chucking on bass with probably fingernail. I think that's how you do it. I'm not absolutely certain about that. We should be able to get a pretty good sense of it. But for now, just deep vibe. It is being rated as deep vibe, and I have every reason to believe that that is how this is going to be and how it is going to stay. Track like this, it's not actually designed to ramp up to an exciting finish. Track like this, you bathe in it. Which makes it very similar to, like, I've spent a lot of time listening to like space ambient and stuff. There's whole genres that you can do where the point is make some music that you can bathe in and just put it on and groove. And I really value that kind of stuff. I am much more likely to turn to that on my own time for pleasure listening than I am to go and seek out really demanding, challenging music, which is super high energy and exciting. There will be times when I'm interested in that. But there's an awful lot of times when I'm like, yes, soothe me. And so it's, you know, a space ambient or it's Tangerine Dream or something like that. And in this case, Chic. Beautiful choice for that. As it begins to ease off. Very slowly. Actually, no, now it's just rumble. D-E. Deep vibe. And I think that'll hold us for the moment. So let's see what the deal is with this. This one says This is the original where you can see Bernard chucking away. And then it says you got it at the 3-minute mark particularly well. There's Niall. So, what's that all about then? Actually, what am I doing? Rick is not what I would want for that. Here's a little babby bass. So it is a Mustang, and it is fretless and has flat wound strings. And I can sort of set up here maybe, or figure out something. See, fingers, no peg, but then if you put your thumb behind your finger and you can use it. I'm trying to figure out whether it would have been on the same string. Exactly. Picking without a pick. And Bernard Edwards, man, great stuff. Great stuff being able to do that, but that's basically what we're seeing. I can't do his notes. Those notes are not going to be available to me, at least not right now. Again, Bernard Edwards. Amazing. Now see, if you were doing that into your DAW, just laying down tracks, you could snip out little bits of it that actually worked and piece them together like you were doing a sampler. And then make a continuing groove that goes, and then overdub stuff on top of it, and then off you would go. You'd be able to do things like that. And here is somebody trying to do it. I wonder if he plays it faster. Let's find out. Yeah, I can't play those notes either. Don't feel bad. And then somebody doing slapping. Yeah, my rack actually has foam mutes underneath the strings. So yeah, I never did actually find much in the way of discussion other than just lots of videos about it. But yeah, that's the whole thing is the way that guy was doing it. He was like this or something. His thumb was like elsewhere. But if you have your fingers, hang on. I'm pretty sure the way that it has to work, and certainly the way that I was able to sort of instinctively get into that zone, I have to hold my fingers like this. And that's because as your fingernail goes across this note like that and then comes back, it's bouncing off the thumbnail to get to the fingernail again. Otherwise, no chance. No way. I have to hold my thumb and finger together in order to do that. Otherwise, my finger's going to get stuck. It'll never work if it's like this. Never in a million years. Has to be able to come off the thumbnail to go across there. And then I still don't have the timing perfect, but it's in the general zone. Yeah. Certainly is a thing. I mean, it's easy for me to say because that's literally how I will play guitar too. Like, it's not just a bass thing. If I need to play guitar, I can grab the hollow body for that. Strap's kind of crooked. And I think we are winding down here. If I need to play guitar chords, I will always do it that way as well. I'm just not comfortable holding a pick, so. Now on the guitar, I'm more likely to have my thumb scooch over here because the strings are not as big, so it does not hurt as much if I get it wrong somehow. Because the nice thing about it is that if you're doing that, you've got all your fingers to do. And then you can play whatever you like. And on that note, it's time for me to go and eat my tacos, and that is what I would like. So I will see you folks again on Thursday. Bye-bye.